Oh,
Okay, I guess we've got to mute now.
All right.
Yeah,
Good
I
morning,
guess.
everybody.
good morning.
Good to see so many faces here. I have 10 o'clock on the nose, and looks like we have pretty good attendance so far. If you're not muted yet, please mute yourself. And let me.
How do I mute myself?
In the bottom left of your screen, there should be a microphone and a video thing. If you click on the microphone, it should mute yourself. And we'll start the window here. So welcome to the 2023 RPEC Leadership Training. Well, quick little technology thing here. Please remain muted until you're prepared to speak. If you click on the microphone icon in the bottom left of the toolbar, it'll mute you or unmute you. Please raise your hand to be called upon. Click on participants on your icon bar, and you'll find the raise hand icon on the bottom of the participant screen to your right. If you click on the chat icon on the bottom toolbar to open the chat window, you can enter questions, and we'll try to monitor those. We will probably not address that many questions during our training, as we're pretty tight on time today, but those that we can address, we will, and those that we can't, we'll follow up on with an email to all the participants afterwards with answers. If you have any internet issues today, I would start off first by trying to turn off your camera momentarily. That will tend to free up your internet connection a little bit. If your issues persist, please try leaving the meeting and then rejoin through the link that we sent you earlier.
All right. We are on our way. I made my phone calls. So
Your phone calls.
And we'll go through and mute some people here. Okay. Let me find my agenda. So I'd like to start off with a welcome from our President Claire Olivers.
Thanks, Derek. Let me start with a question. You got 65. Is that close to the number you expected? Well, I guess that includes staff, so 60 probably.
Yeah, that's pretty close to what we had. We did have some cancellations by email, so I think we're just about there.
Right. Well, I really appreciate the turnout. I'm especially pleased to see people who are new, haven't been to the training before, who have recently stepped up to serve their chapters and the members in their chapter, and are taking this training for the first time. Thank you for being here. For those of you who have been before, thank you again. If you're like me, I've been to several of these, and I learn something every time. There's always another new idea or something that I hear phrased differently than before that I gained a new understanding of. So thank you all for showing up and participating in our leadership, and for taking on leadership responsibilities within your chapters. I believe I'm going to address also the meeting agreements. Derek, if you want to put those up. The executive board at their November meeting adopted a set of meeting agreements for the e-board, and recommended that that all of our committees and work groups also adopt these agreements, meeting agreements, or something very similar. And so let me just go over that briefly. In our meetings, be respectful to each other, stay on task and the agenda, make space for all voices, be positive, speak with care, frame remarks in a constructive manner, arrive on time and return on time from breaks, listen to others when they speak. Before you speak, think, is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Refrain from restating what has already been said. Please ponder those for a moment, and thank you for being here. I'm very, very pleased with the turnout, and you're showing a great strength in this organization through your attendance in this training today, and hopefully also in bringing that information back to those in your chapter who were unable to make it to the training today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Claire. And we have our Executive Director, Laurie Widener.
I'll just say a quick welcome. It's so nice to see many of you, and I'm looking forward to our day today. And again, I want to echo what Claire just mentioned. We appreciate you investing your time, and we hope that today's training will be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Okay, so let's jump into our training here. We're going to start off with our organizational outline. Let's see. Trying to get all my screens to work here. Okay, our organizational outline. We're going to cover our governing documents, our convention, our executive board, our standing committees, and the council office. To begin with, governing documents. We have our own constitution, the RPEC Constitution, which is available anytime anybody needs. There's a copy in your handbooks that was sent to all of the chapter officers. We have our Appendix A, that is our chapter constitutions. The Appendix A is the appendix of our RPEC Constitution. We have a master template that can be modified with our Constitution and approved by AFSCME. And each chapter is required to submit their own Appendix A's to the executive board, which approves chapter constitutions. Following that is the AFSCME Constitution. As we're chartered by AFSCME, we do have to abide by the AFSCME Constitution. Our Constitution is a subset of the AFSCME Constitution, but there are some additional items in the AFSCME Constitution that we do have to follow. One of those is the Financial Standards Code, which you'll have training on later this week. And then we also have the AFSCME Elections Manual, which governs our elections along with the AFSCME Constitution. Moving on, we have our convention. The convention body is the main governing body for the organization. It sets the course for RPEC. It's all member driven. Our members, you and those that attend as delegates, set the course for our organization, sets our legislative priorities and our agendas, approves constitutional amendments, changes to our Constitution, approves any resolutions that we may act upon, and holds elections for our executive board members. Following our convention is our executive board. Our executive board acts in lieu of the convention body when it's not in session. It can act on all matters except for constitutional amendments. It can approve resolutions, but it cannot approve a constitutional amendment. Those alone have to go to a convention body. Our executive board holds a fiduciary responsibility to the organization. It sets our budget and follows the finances throughout the year. And ultimately has the responsibility to our finances. It sets our organizational policies. We have several policies. Those were submitted to you. Those that affect chapter level were submitted to you in the handbook, and the executive board basically approves and modifies any standing policies we have. The executive board oversees all standing committees. It manages the executive director, and it approves, as we mentioned earlier, chapter appendix A's when they're submitted. And we'll move on to executive committee, and I'll turn this over to Lori.
Thank you, Derek. Okay, so the executive committee consists of the 4 elected officers, our president, vice president, treasurer, and secretary, and your executive director, me. I also serve on the executive committee. I'm a non-voting member of the executive committee. So the executive committee, it acts in lieu of the executive board, and any actions that are taken by the executive committee are required for approval by the full executive board. The executive committee, they will meet to develop and to recommend actions to the executive board that might include rules and regulations, issues around the governing of the hiring of staff and employment standards, the salaries primarily relating to the executive director, personnel practices, and travel regulations. The executive committee also reviews recommendations that relate to our annual budget, and we'll forward those on to the executive board for their consideration, review, and approval. And they also review programs as determined by our convention. Do you need to advance this? Perfect. All right. As Derek mentioned, we do have standing committees, and they're spelled out in our Constitution. So I'll review them with you very quickly. I've already spoken to the executive committee. The executive committee is chaired by our president, Claire Olivers. And all of our standing committees are also staffed by a member or 2 of our professional team. And so I serve as the staff appointee to the executive committee. The finance committee is chaired by Johanna Standish, and this committee addresses all financial matters. They develop the financial statements with our financial guru, Elizabeth. They work with me and Elizabeth on the agenda. They deal with issues relating to the annual budget, policy recommendations that will impact our operating budget. And in terms of the staffing of the finance committee, the committee is staffed by Elizabeth, who serves as our finance and operations specialist, and myself. The legislative committee is chaired by Nancy Healy. This committee guides all of our legislative affairs work, our government affairs work, and our advocacy work on behalf of our members. The guiding document for those materials is our legislative priorities document, which is approved every 2 years at our standing convention. The legislative committee makes recommendations on policy priorities that are in alignment with that document. And those recommendations are advanced to the executive committee and onto the executive board for their review, consideration, and approval. This committee is staffed by Emmett Mills, who serves as our government affairs coordinator. The membership committee is chaired by Maurice Garrett. The membership committee reviews current membership data. They work together to create strategies to improve recruitment and retention among our members, and they work with the council office to support chapter health. The committee is chaired, as I mentioned, by Maurice Garrett and staffed by Jacob Knupp, who serves as our membership coordinator. Do you want to go ahead and advance the slide, Derek?
Yep.
Okay, and then finally, another aspect of our organizational structure is our council office. So as Derek already mentioned, I work directly for the board and I take direction from the board. I'm responsible for this office for the hiring and the evaluation of the staff, salary adjustments, the internal structure of the office, operations, the operating budget. I'm also responsible for managing workflow. So I would ask that you would please reach out to me if you have requests of the staff. If you are working with the staff in the course of regular business dealings, please just CC me on that correspondence. I also serve as one of the official spokespersons for RPEC. Associate Director, that's Derek Van Spoor. So Derek has a variety of different areas of specialty. With his more than 30 years of 20 years, excuse me, of service to the organization. So he is involved with operations, our technology and technology infrastructure. He's involved with policy work and leads our strategic communications. He also serves as the project lead on a number of our big initiatives, including our convention. And he also is the project lead on this training today. So we have him to thank for all of the details and the materials that you received earlier. Our finance and operations specialist is Elizabeth Wittenberg, and she handles all things finance. She also works with Derek on internal policies and procedures, and she's serving as our HR expert. Emmett Mills serves as our government affairs coordinator. Emmett works with me regarding legislative and government affairs. He is a person who helps with the coordination of meetings with our legislators. And he also works with Derek and I in developing communications tools to support our advocacy efforts before, during, and after legislative session. Our membership coordinator is Jacob Knupp. He develops and implements strategies to support our member retention and recruitment. He identifies opportunities for visibility and coordinates exhibitor space, basically at different types of meeting venues. He gives presentations on behalf of RPEC and represents us to labor organizations. He also works with our chapter presidents to produce the monthly newsletters and leads the monthly leadership calls. And then finally, our administrative project coordinator, Alyssa Brady. Alyssa supports all of our office functions. She works in concert with Jacob in our outreach to recruit and retain members. She is involved with proofreading and logistics and policy development. She also is our right hand regarding all things executive board. She helps us to produce all of the materials that you receive, not only for this meeting, but for others. And she also oversees special projects, including Legislative Day.
Thank you, Lori. We have a couple polls here just to see if you guys' coffee is kicked in. We'll run this first one here. It's about the executive board. The executive board acts as the convention body when it's not in session, has all the power of the convention body. Is that true or false? See everybody clicking away at that. And we're getting close. Okay, I think I have a majority of answers here. The answer is actually false. it does not have all the power of the convention body. It cannot pass constitutional amendments. So thank you. And I'm going to do one more really quick one. I'd like to find out if you are a new officer or a returning officer. If you could let us know on that. Okay. I think we're about there. So it looks like we have about a 70-30 split of those, a majority running as returning multi-term officers, which is good, but we also have a good share of new officers. So with that, we're going to jump into this next section, which is resources for chapter leaders. And we're just a little bit ahead of schedule right now, which I don't think anybody's going to have an issue with. So we're going to start this off with Jacob.
All right. Thanks for coming today, everybody. Just going to briefly touch base about, some of the resources that are available to chapter leaders. Some examples of the publications that we have available are like the handbooks that you would have received with your leadership handbook, the AFSCME elections manual, and the AFSCME retiree officer manual. That covers all the, the guidelines around what we have to follow that's passed down through AFSCME. So that's kind of like your foundation for, your processes for elections and your responsibilities as an officer. Along with that, we have additional documents that we provide from the council, such as guidelines for addressing different things for chapters, like, recruitment, things like that. We have guidelines written for those. And then as far as policies go, Derek, would you mind covering policies?
Sure. We've undertaken this year a pretty major effort to get all of our policies in a single place. And we created the board created a work group, which is a policy review work group, to review our current policies and make sure they're all up to date and all applicable. And we're building a repository of those. Included in your handbooks were all policies that apply on a chapter level. We do have a few policies that apply just to executive board or whatnot, but everything that any of our policies that could affect a chapter were supplied to you in the handbooks that you printed out. And at any time, if you have any questions about any policies or want to view any that you don't have a copy of, by all means, reach out to the office and we'll supply you with a copy of that. Moving on for resources, we have our website and social media. As many of you may know, we're currently undertaking a pretty large effort right now to redesign our website. We've had a couple of listening sessions so far and are currently working on compiling that information and making a determination of what new website may look like and be composed of. So we're working on that right now. We'll probably have a few more listening sessions when we get the base design sorted out and information on there for people to give us some feedback on that. And we're looking at a launch of March 1st of 2024. So hopefully we'll be a larger source of information and tools for you as leaders and as members of our organization. We're always working on ongoing training and webinars. Jacob does an outstanding job each month hosting our monthly leadership calls, which we outline of various topics that he kind of walks you through the basics of how those operate, anywhere from membership recruitment, retention. We've done training on robocalls with the contact from Wizard Phones. We've done trainings on political action with Emmett and Lori. These are great sources of information for you as chapter leaders. We do try to capture these meetings and we post them on our YouTube channel and link them on our website. So you can always go back and view those. And we're moving into working on webinars as well. Just informational webinars, both for members and leaders. We're looking at one right now, possibly in July for our newer members, about our member-only benefits, which most of our webinars we plan probably only be about an hour long. I have a quick question on training and webinars, which I'll launch here for you. If you guys can give us some feedback on those. Can you see that, or is the share screen? Okay, it looks like you guys are able to see it. So. Okay, looks like we got the majority of people have answered this. Thank you so much for this. It's definitely helpful to our ongoing training and webinar so that we can kind of tailor it to what you as leaders are looking for and you as members as well. Definitely appreciate that. Quick question chat says we have a YouTube channel. We do. It's I believe everything I've named is RPEC-WA to look for, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, whatever. Primarily our YouTube channel is used just to load videos. It's a better streaming service than trying to do it directly off our website. And then we bring back a link to the website and make the videos available there. But it is directly accessible through YouTube as well. Returning to resources, and the final item is mentoring programs. And this is something we really haven't pushed out too much, but we've always tried to make something available in this way. Is if, especially for new officers, if you're a little unsure of what you're doing or need some guidance or whatever, we would be more than happy to try to connect you with an officer that's been doing this for a while and kind of help give you some pointers and some guidance, as well as offer you guidance from the council office here. We are always, and I repeat, always here to provide any tools, resources, training, anything that you need as chapter leaders to make you successful and effective chapter leaders. So if you're ever in question or need anything, feel free to reach out to any of us here, and we will definitely make sure we give you that assistance. Okay. Going to move on to our council communications. As we spoke before, our website, social media is one of our primary forms of communication. We put informational articles. We have various resources, publications. Our quarterly newsletters are available on there. Our chapter newsletters are available on there. We have a calendar with all of our meetings that we usually we will have links in there as well to the meetings. That's a great source for information, and our communications. Our executive director's monthly letters are published on there. Our weekly news flashes are published on there, so it's a backup to our email distributions. Secondary is our council quarterly newsletter. That's published 4 times a year. We try to make it seasonal, so it's winter, spring, summer, and fall. And it's an 8-page glossy newsletter, which we try to have items of importance in there that are coming up or have recently happened. One of the more notable things is we'll put our endorsements in there, typically in the summer and fall for primaries and general elections. We do a synopsis of conventions once they happen as to our new elected officers and board, as well as resolutions that have passed. And then we also have a letter each month from our president and our executive director, and those are always interesting as they are covering many items that have been happening in the past quarter. Excuse me. We have our email blasts via Action Network. Those go out to all of our membership that have emails, and that's working emails. We do have some that do not receive that as their their internet vendor has blocked those in the past. Tickle in my throat. We have we also use those email blasts when we have targeted actions. So if we're wanting to notify everybody in a specific legislative district, that's a great tool for us to communicate to them through. We have direct council email. That is our primary form of communications with our chapters. And that's through anybody from staff here. I have questions throughout the year when we send emails to chapter leaders as to who has received the communications we sent out. If you see an email that has this header on the top of it, that has gone out to all members. And this is an example of one of those emails, and it comes from retired public employees. If you have a direct email from a staff member, and usually the salutation will address who we're sending it to, chapter leaders, presidents, etc. Those are targeted just to those in the salutation and do not go out to everybody. So that's kind of a difference with between the two. And I'm going to turn this over to Alyssa for a minute. She's going to cover the last item and our communications.
Hi, good morning. So what I'll do, and you'll get these emails directly from me. I usually CC the council office as well. But I will send out the executive board minutes to chapter leaders. That way you all can go over any of the actions at your next membership meeting. So I also will send out the monthly reports, any communications that are seen fit for chapter leaders to keep you up to date on what's going on. Those will come directly from a staff member, I guess not necessarily me all the time. And then I also will send out meeting notices. I try to send those out for committee meetings just so we can boost attendance, even if you're not a committee member. Usually what I do is I'll send out the meeting notice a week ahead of time, and then I'll do it again the day before, or if the meeting is on like a Monday, I'll send it out on that Friday. So yeah, did I miss anything there? Actually, I did want to add one other thing, to make sure that you add the council email address to your address list. That way it doesn't go to spam, because sometimes that happens.
Okay, thank you, Alyssa.
Colleen has her hand up.
Yeah, I noticed that. I'll address the questions here in a second. Again, our primary means of communication between council office and chapters is via email. We do ask that you make it a practice to, as a chapter leader, to check your emails regularly. Many items that we do send are time sensitive, whether it's for chapter newsletters, mobilizations, etc. And then one item we do have here, which is from our employment standards regarding chapter and staff relations. And essentially, staff shall not be directed to perform work directly. If there's requests for specific work, that should go through the executive director. If it's in line with their position and their normal course of duties, you can communicate needs and whatever, and we do ask that you do CC the executive director when you do have those requests. Answer a couple questions here. Colleen, I see your hand first.
Yes, when you were speaking just before, I could not catch the word or words used when you said there's something at the top that indicated you sent an email to everybody. What is that?
Okay, that is on the screen here, this header that says RPEC of Washington and has the picture of the Capitol campus. That is the header that comes with all of our Action Network emails. And so if you receive an email with that, like our weekly news flash or something like that, that email has gone to all members, or, you know, like I said, if we're targeted a legislative district or a zip code or something like that. But as a chapter leader, if it's not addressed to you and you get this email with this header, know that it's also gone out to all members with email addresses.
Okay, thank.
So Alma Jean, I saw your hand as well. Alma Jean? You're muted. Okay, maybe you can drop your question in chat. Um, let's see, when do we CC
Okay.
Executive Director? Kathy
Finally
Mills.
did unmute.
Yeah, just a second, Alma Jean. We do ask that you would CC the Executive Director if you're communicating with a staff person regarding their duties and asking for, you know, if you're asking for reports from Jacob or a list of contributions from PAC, from Emmett or something like that, just so she's aware that you're being asked to do something, so that she can so she knows that it's in with the other duties that the staff person currently has going on, whatnot. So this is when it says e-board distribution. Okay, Christine, I assume you're meaning these targeted emails. We don't communicate. We communicate with chapter officers. We don't communicate directly to chapter e-boards, and so that would be up to the chapter leaders to extend communications out to the chapter e-boards. When we have e-board on our distribution list here, that is the council e-board, which are covered with all communications to chapter leaders. So if that helps with that, good, thank you. Alma Jean, let's go ahead with your question. I'm sorry.
Yes, I think you partially answered my question. I wanted to know how far down the leadership chain do you go with the communications? And the purpose is I know no one likes duplications. And so when I get a piece of correspondence, and I see chapter leaders, I'm not exactly sure how far down in the leadership chain do you go? Does it include chapter heads of chapter committees, task forces? How far down do you go? Does it include, you just said it doesn't include executive board, so that's what I
Right.
wanted to know too.
Right. Quite often we don't have lists of members beyond the beyond the chapter officers. I mean, we do sometimes get lists from chapters of their executive board, their trustees, et cetera.
But chapters are asked to set up it within their chapter, membership chairs, legislative chairs, and that's where my head is. Are
Right.
you communicating with us or you don't have that?
For a majority of our communications, no, because we don't have complete lists of membership chairs from all chapters or
Right.
legislative chairs, et cetera. So we do send those communications to the chapter officers and hope that they would pass it on down to the respective parties if they need to. So we are communicating primarily with chapter presidents, vice presidents, treasurers, and secretaries, and with the hopes that they extend those communications to their executive boards, to their trustees, to their committee chairs and committees, you know, anything that's applicable to those groups. Lori, you have your hand up.
Just to add, you know, depending on the nature of the communication, that's where you may want to put some additional emphasis as a chapter leader or as a district leader. So for example, the the sample that Derek has up on the screen relates to it relates to legislative affairs. So if you do have people internally who are serving in a legislative affairs capacity for the chapter, they would be ideal to link them in and to enlist their help with this effort. So it's that lower down in in your organizational structure, it's at the discretion of the president.
And I only address this because we've had questions come up from chapter leaders as to who we've addressed or covered with communications. And it's been primarily around mobilization efforts. If we have a mobilization like the one you see on the screen for the SCPP meeting, we may have sent that to all members with email addresses to try to get them mobilized, but we've also sent it to chapter leadership because we do recognize that you have members that aren't on the internet or may not be monitoring emails. And for you as chapter leaders to get that word out beyond our email blast, whether it's your own email list, your own phone call list, your own robocall list, whatever, is when we tend to where I see these questions come from. But those, hopefully this helps identify who the emails are going to when you do see them. Don, you have a question?
Yeah, maybe you answered it. I didn't catch it, but if you have a member that serves on the state committee and you send example membership committee and you send out a membership list, do they get that list or do I have to forward it to them?
Do you mean the RPEC standing committee or your chapter's membership committee?
RPEC standing committee.
We do communications with the standing committees directly from RPEC. So anything that goes to you as a chapter leader is meant for distribution within your chapter. If that helps understand, clarify that. So if it was a membership list or something like that, that would go to your membership chair and your membership committee within the chapter.
Oh, okay.
As the standing committee doesn't really deal with like membership lists or anything directly. You know, they're handling the business of recruitment, retention on a council level. So if we're sending you something to that effect as a chapter leader, it's meant for distribution within your chapter on a chapter level. So
Okay.
So looks like we're kind of doing pretty well. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which I think, again, I think everybody would be happy to see. I'm not seeing too many other questions. So we have on our agenda a stretch break set for 11 o'clock. I have almost 10 till. So let's take a 15-minute stretch break and return at 11:05.
Derek,
Is sound off or is it just me?
They went on break.
Oh, okay. I didn't
It'll be
hear.
on at 11:05, he said.
Oh, I see. I missed that. Thanks.
Colleen, are you still with us or are you on break?
we're supposed to be on break until 11:05. And she wasn't on there unless she just came on.
Derek.
Yes,
Derek,
Carol. Yes, Carol.
um, My computer went bonkers, so I had to go out and come back in time for the break.
Okay, not a
So
problem.
did I miss anything?
No, we're still on break. We have a couple more minutes before we get going again, so.
Okay. Yeah, it just started jumping all over and we had to shut it off to get it to stop
Okay.
doing it and come
Well,
back in.
good timing. You didn't miss anything. So.
Paulette? Wasn't that a great party yesterday? You're still muted.
Yes, it was.
It was
a
nice
beautiful
seeing
party.
you. It was nice seeing you there. Yeah, I'm still amazed at that place, that house.
I'm still wishing for my chair by the babbling brook, if you will, just to sit
Oh.
there forever.
It just went on and on and on. It was
Mhm.
wonderful. Did you ever get in the bathroom to see that sink?
No, I forgot.
It was pretty, huh?
It was the biggest agate I've ever seen. It was a
I
sink.
know, it was gorgeous. We didn't leave till 8:30.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-huh. I'm a little rummy this morning.
Oh man, that's quite a drive home then too.
Got home at 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Wow.
That was a great party that Johanna's sister put on for her.
It was.
What a nice gesture and all the work they went to. It was amazing.
Well, her birthday's in January.
Yeah, so she can do it again.
And so this was an early birthday, 80th birthday party for her. So
Our birthdays are one day apart, and we're the same.
That's right. Yours is the 29th. Huh,
Yeah,
Paul?
yeah.
The January.
And we'll be the same age.
Her son Seth lives in Laramie, Wyoming, and it's kind of rough weather in January. in Wyoming.
That makes sense.
So they had an early birthday party. So she has 6 months to get used to being 80.
I wouldn't want to make that drive up there in
No.
January.
No, for sure. So
No, it
she
was-
has time left.
Really was wonderful, and thank you for coming.
Oh, there's the birthday
You're
girl.
welcome. You were fun to honor.
We all had so much fun.
I got to see Seth, and then I haven't seen Seth since Johanna and I drove to Laramie, and that was like 6 years ago. And he's like one of my sons because we all kind of live nearby. And
Such a nice young man.
Johanna and I lived together for about 3 months when our boys were 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh my
And
goodness.
now they're pushing. My son is 55. So
Seth was such a nice young man, Johanna. He
Isn't
parked
he
my car so nicely and
he's our valet.
get out.
He really is great. The thing that I've not told too many people is that in Hawaii, he saw a woman drowning and he jumped in and saved her.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
He's an awesome kid.
Without thinking. Of course, his wife and daughter were screaming, you know.
wow.
And the lady was a Mexican lady, and her family was on the beach, and he brought her up to the beach, and they were just all over him.
Wow, what amazing young
Okay,
man.
I have 11:05. It looks
Okay.
like most
I'll feel
everybody's
it.
back. Like I said, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I think at lunchtime we'll pose a question whether you want a. We'll see how we do with schedule once we hit our planned lunch break. But if we're still ahead of schedule, we'll probably post a quick poll as to whether you want a little longer lunch or we apply it to the end and you get out a little early. So with that, we're going to move on to membership with Jacob and Maurice Garrett, our membership chair.
Can everybody see that okay? Yes, no, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm the membership coordinator for RPEC. We got a quote here directly out of the AFSCME Retirees Handbook. The strength of the chapter is in direct proportion to the number of members who actively participate. And I think that continues to resonate true all the way through and through. So part of my responsibilities as membership coordinator and something that I provide to chapter leaders is membership reports. And so on a monthly basis, after I get a notice from Derek saying that, he received the list from DRS to update the database with any members that maybe have passed, then I can start processing the monthly reports. And so that's usually on average about a week into each month. So about, the 7th to the 10th, somewhere in there pretty consistently is when I'm sending those reports out. And so monthly, you will always get an adds, drops, and changes report. That will show any members that you've had join your chapter or leave your chapter for any reason, whether that be voluntary, they passed away, a member transferred chapters. When a member transfers chapters, it'll show up on each of the reports for the chapter they left and the chapter they're going to. It'll reflect all of that information. As well as if you didn't have any adds, drops, or changes for the month, then you'll just get an email from me that states like, you didn't have any changes, so I've not included the report. And then quarterly, Celeste and then Robin, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question on, I and some other people came out of council too and are not in the PERS system. I get my check from the city of Tacoma. How do we report those people passing away?
So if any chapter leader is aware of a member who may have passed away, or you're certain, however the case, you can reach out to us, and if it's something that's really easily verifiable, typically we can look online for obituaries and whatnot.
His wife told me, yeah. So
okay.
Yeah. I mean, we've been buddies for years because Wayne Withrow has passed away in early June.
Okay. Yeah, you make a very good point, Celeste. So yeah, if chapter leaders are aware of a member who's passed away, even if you think we maybe already know, it's always good to try to just let us know, because there are those folks that we're not going to hear from DRS about it because they're not part of their retirement system. So very good point, Celeste. Thank you.
Yep.
Robin, go ahead.
Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, Celeste was timely in her comment, because just before the meeting started this morning, I received a call from the daughter of a member who had just passed, and she wanted me to know that she would like her mother's name taken off the roster. So I will reach out to you. I mainly wanted to make a comment to thank you and Emmett before you for the add drops report. Typically, I see that as an effective way to increase our active participation, because I personally have been contacting the new members who have joined by phone and inviting them. And when there are a few more than I can handle with my schedule, like we had 24 this month, I engaged the help of our executive board for our chapter, and we are hoping to see more people at our meeting tomorrow. So enough that we have to move to a larger room. And so I just wanted to thank you for that and share that as a tip for those who are not availing themselves of this opportunity to contact members to get more active participation at the chapter meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Absolutely. You know, with the blind mailing having just come in, I know some chapters might even be astonished or overwhelmed with how many new members they have. Definitely count on, you know, executive board members, other officers, and try to just divide up the duties of calling people and reach out to them. Retention is a lot stronger when we follow up directly with members with a phone call, especially from a chapter leader.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Okay, so I covered what the monthly report is. So you get the ads, drops, changes report every month. And then I'm going to cover quarterly reports. So that's in January, April, July, and October. What is included in the quarterly reports is an ads, drops, changes report, just like every other month, but also your chapter roster. And so your chapter roster is like that PDF that just has a list of one by one of all the members in your chapter, you know, their phone number, if they've got an email, you know, legislative district information like that. And so that's just a good base reference for your membership list for your chapter. Another document that comes along with those quarterly reports is what we call the alpha export. What that is the raw data in a spreadsheet directly exported out of our database that has all the information for all the members in your chapter. You know, it's all the information that we have on them. Physical address, mailing address, phone numbers, cell phone numbers, what chapter they're a part of, member ID, all that stuff, retirement plan. And so what chapter leaders usually use that for is if they're trying to do targeted communications, you know, if you're trying to reach out to people that maybe are part of a specific retirement plan or live in a certain legislative district, this spreadsheet is excellent for sorting through that info. And just to, you know, offer this to chapter leaders, you know, if you're not an Excel wizard, that's okay. Just know that, you know, myself and other folks here at the office are pretty well versed in Excel, and we're always willing to help people learn how to use it. So, you know, feel free to reach out to me if you ever have questions about Excel and how I can maybe help you make the most use out of it. Okay, lastly, something that we do on a quarterly basis as well is the robocall lists. And so for chapters that do robocalls, you know, you pay a very small amount of money to record a message that goes out to all the members of your chapter that have a phone number. And what that does is there's actually a report generated that comes back based on, you know, were calls to all these different phone numbers on the list successful or not. And so you can actually figure out what members' numbers are outdated and disconnected, members that need to be reached out to get current contact info for them. Because through these lists, we start to realize, you know, people don't always remember when they change their phone number to call RPEC and update their phone number, right? And that happens. So robocall reports are excellent. So if you, you know, if you're getting robocall reports back from Wizard Phone and you see phone numbers on there for your members that are disconnected or failed, make sure you forward that report along to the council office, because I oftentimes can, you know, find current phone numbers for folks. So, and so outside of, oh, go ahead, Robin.
So just wanted to make a comment about not just robocalls, but robotexts, because our members who are less chronologically gifted would prefer the robotext. And thanks to you, Jacob, and thanks to Steve Gamble, our treasurer, who is on the call, they submit that information to the robocall vendor, and that gentleman sorts the list and separates the robotext from robocalls, and then I make that recording and send it out 2 days before the meeting. And it's really, as you said, Jacob, not that expensive, as long as I can keep the robocall to 2 30-second increments. I can get it for done within a minute for 10 cents a call. The robotext, I have to keep it under 480 characters, including spaces, and then it's 9 cents a text. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for making that great point. Yes, so, for chapters that are using robocalls or thinking about using them in the future, I know that we have members that, prefer to not be called. They'd rather just get a message. And so there is that option. You can start giving members the option to opt into, being on the text list, or I really want to get the robocalls. And Jack at Wizard Phone, Jack English, extremely helpful guy. He's always willing to help RPEC members and staff when we reach out. So, if you're considering new forms of communication for your chapter, robocalls through Wizard Phone are extremely helpful. Also, something along with the robocalls is that if the members on the contact list, if they have an email address, the same message that's sent over the phone can actually be sent to their email as well. So it's a pretty well-rounded system, and it's really affordable. I want to say it's like 5.9 cents per credit starting out, and a credit is 30 seconds to one person. So if you, like Robin said, if you keep your recording to 30 seconds, then you just pay for one credit for each member you're sending it out to. So, if you have 200 members, you're going to be only paying what would that be? $11.80 or something like that. So extremely affordable, especially when it's only typically on a monthly basis that you're sending those calls out. Okay, moving on from membership reports, the potential members lists. So what these are is that the AFSCME Council 28, or WFC, they send us monthly a retirees list of people who retired from the Federation the month before. And so what I do with this list is I break it down to where it's identified by chapter and everything where they would be located. And then I get a letter that's addressed directly to them, printed out and sent to them, just calling on them to continue their union participation, become active in RPEC, continue being the advocate that they are, that kind of thing. And then following that, I put together these emails that go out to each chapter that has potential members that are on these lists, and provide the contact information that I've been given, and call on chapter leaders to reach out to these folks to try to convert them into a member. Something to note is that the Federation, the contact information that they have for these folks sometimes is outdated as well. There are times where I send out these emails, the chapter leader tries to make a phone call, and that information is no longer current. Like the phone number's been disconnected. I think we had that case with 2 folks for Robin's chapter 21. And I even found an alternate phone number for a couple of them, but those didn't really work out either. And so sometimes it comes to the point where, we have to send them something in the mail from the chapter or something like that. Or, if they're in your region and close by, trying to make a jaunt over to their place to just introduce yourself. I know Robin's talked about doing that as well. So just things to keep in mind. These are potentials. This is a pool of recruitment potential here that you can tap into. And so, if you ever have any questions about that, or you have issues getting a hold of people, or maybe you're not sure really what to say when you're approaching these people, we do have resources to support members in talking to potential members, such as scripts, things like that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide. All right. Maurice, I'll go ahead and get us started talking about blind mailings. And then if you want to jump in at some point after that, go ahead and I'll jump in as well. So how does RPEC recruit members? So the biggest, most effective way historically that RPEC has recruited members is through the yearly blind mailing. And so what that is AFSCME supports us in doing a yearly blind mailing to some numerous thousands of retirees from DRS in Washington State, with the DRS pension plan. And so on average, we've had anywhere from like 800 new members in a given year to over 1,500 new members. So this year we're somewhere about, I want to say, what was it, about 1,300-ish. So we got a really good pool of members this year. And it's a blind mailing, so we don't have necessarily a list of all this information of these potential members. We're just able to facilitate it just for the sake of mailing out these cards, these member cards. And so the idea is that, we get as much outreach as possible. Sometimes it takes, 5 or 6 times of somebody receiving a mailing to realize, okay, this is something I need to join. So we've had folks that don't end up joining for a few years until they've gotten like their, 3rd, 4th, 5th blind mailing card that many years in a row. And so this is like the bread and butter of RPEC as far as just building our membership base. All right. Outreach events and speaking engagements. Maurice, did you want to speak to this at all?
We've talked, and members of the statewide membership committee are aware, in all chapters, that outreach engagements and going out into the public is a great tool. Unfortunately, COVID reared its ugly head, and that really put a damper and put a stop to everything. But things are getting back in place, and outreach meaning your local towns, your local counties that have fairs or have town celebrations, things like that. Normally, it might cost something like on a fair situation, a county fair, that you might have to pay for a table, but it's really useful to do that. And contact, work with your local chapter and sign people up. Hey, if we're going to pay $100, $200 for this table at our local county fair or local town fair, can we take turns manning it? And just getting the word out there. My chapter 20, I'm with chapter 20. We did that pre-COVID at our Cowlitz County Fair, and it worked. We got 2 or 3, but at least we were out there and we were visible. And going to other events where, be a union situation and talk to them about, hey, can we put up a little table in the corner? Things like that. Those are really good networking ways to get our word out there and get people, because one thing retirees do is they go enjoy themselves at fairs and things they never could while they were working. So, I mean, you really can get a nice audience that comes through there, or people that are coming up on retirement going, hey, I never thought about that. To make them aware that we do have this organization. So those events, and now that the world is coming back to where there's things out in public, those are very good recruiting ways to do things and getting our word out there. And networking with unions. I know a lot of chapters have members that are delegates of their local labor councils. That's very important also. And getting word, and when they have a table, I know our labor council, or for Cowlitz and Wahkiakum, they've talked in the past that if they do that, we could, myself and our president, Judy DeVoe and Penny Hall, we're delegates to our local labor council. We're invited to go with them and do that, and we can put our word out there also. And they're very good at backing anything our local RPEC was doing. They always ask, can we help? So those are very good, helpful, and another way to spread the message of RPEC and recruit. And
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, she made a really good point mentioning the local labor councils. Yes, we have multiple chapters that are, dues paying members. The chapter itself pays dues to their local labor council, so that way they can have a few of their members as delegates representing RPEC with their local labor council. So that's something that I urge, all chapter leaders to try to tune into, get in touch with your district reps, talk to us if you're not aware of where your central labor council is. And if you have any delegates already, like from your district that might already be representing RPEC on those councils. So yeah, very good point. Also, to kind of continue off of the networking with unions to support their retirees. Yeah, something that I've done with members up at like CTAC Doubletree. Alyssa and I just went over to Spokane for the AFSCME Council 2 convention a couple of weeks ago. A lot of those are visibility opportunities. We always get some new members signing up. The biggest thing that I've noticed is that people start to remember who we are. And they start saying things like, oh, I don't know why our members aren't being told about you guys when they're approaching retirement. They need to know this stuff. So that visibility is just compounding on itself, and it's making people aware. Yeah, Claude, go ahead.
Jacob, you know that every local with Whoopsie have union boards. And it would be so important that if we could reach those, give them information that they can put on the union board for folks who are getting ready to retire. And that way we have that information on the union boards, they're getting ready to retire, they can make contact with RPEC. And that's another way of recruiting members as well, because I know when I was affiliated with Whoopsie and I was the president, I would make sure that everybody in my organization put that information on the union boards, and they knew when we had meetings, they knew when we had anything that was going on. And those union boards are important, and that's what they're there for. So I think if we tried that, we can do some recruitment or additional recruitment.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Claude. That's a very good point. You know, at any of the membership outreach events that, you know, I attend with members, if people aren't positioned for retirement where they're eligible to be a member with us, you know, I always ask if you've got a bulletin board at your local, you know, we'd really appreciate it if you posted our flyer there. That's, you know, supposed to catch the attention of those approaching retirement. So that is one way. On a more local level, what chapter leaders can do is, you know, try to get connected with, you know, officers from any of the locals in your area. See if you can get your foot in the door with any agencies that maybe members retired from in your chapter. You know, try to find the connections in your chapter to where you can tap into people that are approaching retirement. You know, just consider the options for that. Especially if you have a union retiree in your chapter, working with them to try to get connected with active union folks is a good idea. Johanna, go ahead.
Now, I want to remind everyone that at the convention, we passed a resolution asking that we, Council 10, coordinate with chapter Council 2 particularly, but also with WFC to ask them to negotiate in their contracts for working people that are still employed, that when they are getting ready to retire, they will receive materials, handouts in their packets from their employer about RPEC. And that we're not doing that yet, but that will be happening. And I think that could be a really gung-ho kind of deal. I just wanted to remind you it's out there. Okay.
Thank you, Johanna. Yeah, something like that. You know, if we get that concrete and get that process going, the idea is that, you know, they'd always know who we are, regardless of who their leadership is or whatever else would be part of their bargaining. Yeah, the details of whatever is decided on for their bargaining there. So yeah, good mention. Thank you, Johanna. Briefly talk about member to member recruitment. Maurice, did you want to start off on that one? Oh, you're muted.
Yes, I am. For those who are new to RPEC, we have currently member to member recruitment incentive. It's called Recruit to Get Your Dues. And for an annual membership to RPEC, it's $84. And this member to member recruitment, if you recruit 2 paying members, that you receive a check for $84. That's one of our current incentives. And we're working as a committee to come up with new incentives, but that's the current incentive. And then the background to that, and Jacob's kind of covered that in his talk, is the people that come from public employment a lot of times made friendships over the years with your fellow employees, things like that. And you know when their retirement's due, and you know, and relate to them that, you know, the positives of RPEC, which are all good. I mean, there's no negatives to it. And you know, and $7 a month is small price to pay for what is done for us and help this member-driven organization reach the goals we have reached and continue to ensure those goals remain and get new goals. So that is important for the member-to-member recruitment and that incentive. But, and I came from county employment, and our county, and still is, not really good about wanting to accept somebody coming in and saying, hey, could you please tell retiring employees this is available to them? And I know my county's not the only case that has that, but that's, and Johanna talking about people actually getting it into their contracts. That, you know, is a goal would be nice to reach, is to get all public employers to do that. It's not going to hurt them any. Their employees retiring anyway. It's not going to hurt them, but I know it's a lot easier said than done. But that's another way to recruit members, is if they know before they retire that this is available to them, then that's a plus. That's a step up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. Christine, you had a question?
Yes, Christine Clark, on the executive board for Chapter 13 Spokane area. Are we still promoting associate members? Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, just to also remind anybody who doesn't know what the associate membership is if somebody is 18 months or less until they retire, but you know, still actively working, they can join as an associate member. And an associate membership is free, so they don't have to pay up until the day they retire. And so something to know about the associate membership is that, like what Maurice was talking about with that $84 check, associate members are not technically considered full dues paying members yet until they've retired and started paying their dues. So if you get associate members recruited, you won't get to reap the benefits of that as far as recruitment goes until they're a dues paying member. So when you're recruiting people, you know, just keep that in mind, that to get that $84, it's got to be 2 dues paying full retiree members. And so those will count for you after those folks do hit retirement. But just keep that in mind, that if you do bring in 2 new people, you got to make sure that they are actually retired or going to be retired shortly. Yeah. Christine, go ahead.
Yes, Christine Clark, Spokane area, Chapter 13. I knew 2 people that joined as associate members, but they did not join as members. And so I think when we know we have associate members, we who know our associate members, we have to stay in touch with them and invite them at least to one meeting as a guest. Thank you.
Absolutely, Christine. Yeah, that's an excellent point. You know, oftentimes these associate members are the folks that we're getting at, you know, career fairs or at the WFC events, because these are all folks that are still working but are real close to retirement. The retention is not as strong if we don't follow up with them quickly afterwards, because as an associate member, they're maybe not quite as invested. They're not paying money into this. It's just kind of a nice benefit that they have access to. And so there are times where, you know, people do fall off because, you know, we're not able to touch base with them again soon enough after the fact and get them to a meeting or something like that. So that's a very great mention. Thank you, Christine. And one last mention before we move on from the slide is that for member-to-member recruitment, you know, we've got a lot of resources to support members in doing so. You know, we have multiple scripts that are written to, you know, support members in making phone calls directly to others, or how you would approach somebody in public possibly. We've got a lot of resources to support you in doing that. So just know that if you're interested in recruitment, or, you know, you want to try to get that $84, that there is stuff that's been created by, you know, staff, the membership committee, to help support you in doing so. So thank you. All right. So new member engagement. you want to call all new members if possible. And so this is referring to page 54. Okay, so yeah, page 54 in your packet is where these calling scripts that I was just mentioning start. And so yeah, we've got scripts here for, you know, how you could start off calling your new members, like what would you say, things like that. And so some things to do to convert members quickly into active participating members is to do a personal invitation to a chapter meeting. You know, a newsletter is great, and some people, you know, entirely prefer to be notified by a newsletter and not get a phone call. But there are a lot of folks who, unless they get that phone call, either they're not going to remember or they're not even going to think about it in the first place. So it's always good to personally invite new members to meetings. You want to create incentives for new member participation. Examples are some chapters will say, if this is your first meeting, lunch is covered by the chapter. Just a simple example. Some chapters do like a raffle for a couple members to have a chance at winning like a $20 gift card or something like that. Those are the kinds of things that are really good at bringing in somebody for their first meeting for the first time. And then, you know, you want to make them feel welcome. You want to make sure you've got like an agenda, the meeting's well organized. Oftentimes having a speaker is really great too. That'll bring people in and that'll keep newer members more interested and keep them coming back to meetings. Anything to add to that, Maurice? I gotta unmute you, Maurice.
Don't minute, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're Jacob talking about retention and all of the resources that are available to new people and member. And one thing Jacob had come up with is a RPEC new member retention schedule. And it gives you month to month for the first 12 months, things to do when you do have new members in your chapter. And and it's just little reminders of things, and those are available to everyone in the office, and it's new member retention schedule, and it gives you a month to month, and these are guidelines. So you take these, any guidelines, you take them and use them to what your chapter does and things like that. But it's very helpful, especially for new people and learning how to keep people engaged in the meetings, how to keep new members coming back and potentially becoming leaders within your chapters. And that's one thing you want to see. The more involvement, the more they want to go, you know, hey, I would like to do that next election. So be aware that you know, the resources are endless that can be offered, but this is one very great thing that Jacob has done up on new member retention schedule. So it really gives you a month-to-month guidelines of reminders to do this or things to try. So, you know, be aware that that is available.
Thank you, Maurice. All right, going to quickly answer these couple of questions and then we'll wrap up here in the next 5 or so minutes. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi. When I was president of Local 443 WFC here in Olympia, I had the organizing committee put together little simple gift bags with some information about the local, and if we had any leftover odds and ends, this is a little cell phone stand that you can use. You can, you know, take your phone and use it to stand it up on your desk if you want. We had some of those left over from an event. So we would put one of those and some information about how to take part in a meeting, pamphlets that we downloaded from AFSCME, and then something personal, you know, throw in a pen or something like that. But I was thinking we could also do is like some homemade jam, or, you know, if anybody had something like that that would keep it warm and inviting, something that might make people feel valued and welcomed and appreciated for coming. And they took off with that and ran with it. And, you know, the contents varied every month based on what we had, but it was a real nice touch that people appreciated. And it was a nice thing to do at a chapter, at a local meeting. I think our chapters could do the same sort of thing too.
That's great, Jeff. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for mentioning that. Nancy, go ahead.
Yes, I was curious where this new member retention schedule is. Is that something that's online or something, Jacob, that you have?
So yeah, that's something that I have. And, I urge chapter leaders to work with me on kind of tailoring it to specifically to your chapter, just because I know that, some things may not apply across the board to everybody. So that's something that the membership committee and I were working on at the previous meeting in April. So yes, that is available here at the office. Thanks, Nancy. All right, Robin, go ahead, and then we'll move on to the next slide.
Thank you. I like the gift bag idea. And along those lines, to get it going, do we have any of the handouts, so anything left over from convention that will help us stuff these gift bags? And if you don't, at least something that I guess we could print in terms of information to put into the gift bag. So that's one idea. The other is we do all of this, and I like the fact that you have reiterated it. Our chapter 21 in the Tri-Cities, all new members, their first time at a meeting, we pick up their lunch. We also have a $25, it was a gift card, but it was simpler to do it as cash. That's a drawing that's open to everyone who attends. They have to stay for the whole meeting, of course, because we don't have the drawing till the end. In addition, if someone attends a meeting, a chapter meeting, I make note of their contact information. And then a couple of days before the meeting, in addition to the robocall, robotext, which sometimes they don't get, I personally call them or text them and remind them about the meeting. So that those are some ideas that have been working, and I welcome the suggestion of the gift bag, and we could supplement it with giveaways that we can add. But if there's something that RPEC Olympia has, it'd be a nice start for the gift bag. That's all I have. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Robin. We can talk about here at the council office, what we have available for those resources as well. So that's a good mention. Okay, quickly, I'm going to run through this next slide. So this is kind of a guideline for chapter health that, is going to be a guideline for myself and the membership committee and district representatives that are, trying to help rebuild chapters in their district that aren't functioning anymore. And so I'll just kind of walk you through baseline steps. And so identifying last known officers and potential leaders among new members. So, seeing if there are any chapter officers remaining from these chapters that, are maybe at risk or defunct currently. And then, assessing what officers are needed and start looking at new members that are joining the organization, where they're coming from their careers. Do they have leadership experience? Trying to just identify people that we can support into being new leaders. And so working in conjunction with the council office and with the membership committee, district reps reaching out to these potential leaders as well, and trying to just create a social opportunity, try to get your foot in the door with kind of explaining what RPEC is about, and how they could do some really great good for the chapter in their area, things like that. And then the council will reach out with a follow-up letter, talking about the leadership opportunities and the support that they'd have as leaders, things like that. Following that, it'd be good to invite these potential leaders or, current officers that, maybe haven't been in touch for a while due to the chapter falling by the wayside, inviting them to the monthly leadership calls. Those are invaluable for folks that you need refreshers or need some up-to-date info on how to, run their chapter and do communications, things like that. And then finally, reassuring these individuals and assessing their need for support. And so, this is a pretty base generic guideline, but the idea is that, district reps will have the support of the council office in doing so. We kind of will direct how it goes and support in the actual communications with these members as well. So, okay. So we already covered Recruit 2, so I'm going to go ahead and move on from that. And so, as well as the outreach to potential members, we covered that as well. There is a script in the back of that packet with those other scripts we were just looking at for reaching out to potential members. People that do achieve the Recruit 2 will be recognized in the Executive Director's monthly letter, as well as receiving that $84 check. Okay. Thank you, dear.
Yep. And thank you, Jacob, and thank you, Maurice. A lot of great information there, and we may try to. Looks like we may have a great topic for another membership leadership call, or a monthly leadership call for just on membership. A lot of great ideas there, and try to get everybody together for that. We're going to move on now to our advocacy and member mobilization, featuring Emmett and Lori.
All right. This kind of goes without saying, but RPEC is, as I like to share with others, the premier legislative advocacy organization for public sector retirees in our state. So we exist to really elevate the legislative priorities that are identified by our executive board and our members through our convention. And so we work together to advance these legislative priorities by taking coordinated action. Next frame, please. So I'm going to talk briefly about our council advocacy, and this topic's come up. It came up under some of the things that Derek was sharing earlier today. But I want to start by talking about the role of the council office in developing and implementing strategy. Our direction comes from our executive board and from the legislative priorities document that I referenced earlier when we were going over guiding documents. I consider that to be one of them. It's used by our legislative committee to help reinforce our priorities that come from input from our members, and that document's approved at our convention. So as we develop and implement strategy, it's drawn from that document. The strategy also comes from conversations with the legislative committee, the executive committee, our lobbyist, our work with allied organizations and their lobbyists. And so it's all of that information working together in concert with our legislative priority document that gives us really the direction to go in on our key priorities. So these are some of the things that the council office is responsible for as part of that. We initiate and participate in meetings with key legislators, our allies. And by that I mean these are aligned organizations, whether that's labor organizations that we work with through the Washington State Labor Council, or it also are senior related organizations like the Senior Lobby that we partner with on shared legislative priorities. We also, as I mentioned, we meet with our lobbyists and the lobbyists of these organizations. So we work in concert with them to align messaging and to coordinate our efforts during legislative session. We also meet with state agencies, and so we'll coordinate those meetings on behalf of RPEC. We organize and lead coalitions. This last year, you heard a lot about the PEB Stakeholders Medicare Coalition, which we formed and led as a result of our opposition effort with the Healthcare Authority. We have found, and this is historic for RPEC, that when we work with our other labor partners, we are better together and we have greater success. And so while many times our efforts aren't through a formal coalition, we are always coordinating with our allies in order to leverage their strength with ours. We develop official communications. And so Derek spent time drilling down into some of those examples. We also have talked about some of the calls that we structure. So I would put as part of official communication also the weekly calls that Emmett and I lead during session and the monthly calls that we lead when we are out of legislative session. Those are a form of official communication. The news flashes that you receive now on Fridays are a really great way to keep informed about what's happening legislatively, attending our legislative committee meetings. We also produce all of the materials, of course, for Legislative Day, which Nancy will speak to in just a few moments. And we generate official letters. We develop blogs for our website. And Derek talked about our work with social media. So we're doing social media posts. All of those things support our advocacy efforts at a council level. We organize Legislative Day, and as I said, Nancy's going to talk about that. Alyssa Brady is really on point. She's our main leader with respect to our Legislative Day, and many of you have had opportunities to participate in the past. We lead member mobilization. So you received something just this past Friday from Emmett and I. That's an example of a mobilization that was targeted to our presidents. But we also lead member mobilization and we'll ask you to become involved. And I know Derek kind of covered that at length, so I won't go back into it. But as part of this, we do our best to keep our members informed. As he mentioned, and I will also reiterate, the most expedient way for us to reach our members, especially during legislative session, is via email. And then there are other tools that you use at a chapter level to keep members informed and to help us with mobilization. And so Emmett's going to talk more about chapter level mobilization, but we usually start that information process with our leaders, and we often do share the information as well with members. We develop all of the messaging and the materials that support our mobilization efforts, and they're also posted on our website. And then we coordinate member testimony. So we're always on the lookout for good stories. We are available to support any members who have difficulty signing in. And then Emmett and I also are available as needed to write testimony if a person has a need. And then finally, we promote our success. So one of the important levers that is really critical to maintaining our PEC's visibility is to use our public relations tools and to use social media and our website even more effectively moving forward. And so, you will see, for example, articles that might appear in the stand that could be written by Derek or by one of our other team members. If you're following us on Facebook, you're going to see posts, whether that's photographs or little tiny nuggets of information that articulate our success. In the coming year, we hope to do more with our legislators in promoting our success through their Facebook pages and through their other social media channels. We generate news releases where appropriate and place them in traditional media. And this last year, you saw a front page story in the Olympian about our efforts regarding the Healthcare Authority. And so we're really trying to use a multifaceted approach to our advocacy. And these are some of the main tactics that we use as a council office. Now, Emmett's going to talk about our member mobilization.
Yeah, I think Nancy's gonna kick this one off a little bit. Nancy, would you like to go ahead? Nancy's the Nancy Healy. Let me just introduce her first. Nancy is the RPEC secretary, and she's also the chair of our legislative committee.
Thank you, Emmett. I appreciate this opportunity. How are you all doing? Seems like this is a lot of information we've shared with you today. And that's why it's so important, the notebook that staff put together. So you can refer back to all of these notes. You don't have to take detailed notes, but it's just, to me, it's just been a gold mine of information that they've shared today. my little part, I want to talk to you about the legislation and why it's important for you for members to be involved with creating and moving legislation. Several speakers today have mentioned, and we all know that RPEC is member driven. It's so important that our members are involved. That's so important to all of us. And it's really powerful when a constituent chats with a legislator. It just makes an impression on them. You are the voice that they want to listen to. You are the voice that they need to listen to. You help them get reelected or not. I think that's interesting. I think we have a goal in that. I think RPEC has a responsibility to support members who support our issues. Another opportunity is attending RPEC's annual legislative day. It's important that our members attend this day. We have a morning of shared information about our issues. We join RPEC members from our own legislative district, and we meet in small groups to chat with our own legislators. This, as I said, is very important that they hear from their constituents. You're the ones that are going to take their message home to the people who elect them. Another opportunity is our legislative committee. And as was mentioned earlier, the legislative committee sets the priorities with input from staff and members for legislative priorities for the upcoming year. And we also pick a champion, and that just ties in with the idea of electing officials who support our issues. And we want to recognize those champions. So that's just all part of the member involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the member mobilizations that Lori mentioned. These take place at key opportunities when it's really important for our members to have a voice in the process. And like Nancy mentioned, it's our members, it's you who elected officials listen to. And a big reason for that is because you all vote and they understand that. But it's really important that it's not just the legislature, but that also at agency meetings or different sorts of meetings that our members show up, and we show that we have members who care and who are paying attention, and that encourages elected officials and agency leaders to make decisions that will benefit retirees. We do that just by showing up. We influence that. So some of the situations that are most common that we'll use member mobilizations are for committee meetings. And these can be legislative committee meetings. And some of the things that that you can do as a member is you can typically sign in pro on a bill that we're supporting or con on a bill that we're opposing. During the last legislative session on some of the Plan 1 COLA bills, there were over 1,000 people who signed in pro on bills that we were supporting. They were mostly our members and also members of other retiree organizations that we're allied with. And another thing that you can do is you can submit an email or a letter about how you're personally impacted by an issue, or if you're a chapter leader, about how members of your chapter are impacted by an issue, and you can testify. And as Lori mentioned, we usually work with people who are testifying and make sure that all of our messages are coordinated, and that our different members who are testifying on an issue touch on different aspects of an issue. So those are all really important reasons to testify, and important reasons to mobilize, excuse me. We will also mobilize members for meetings at the Select Committee on Pension Policy. Those will be happening this summer, very similar to a legislative committee meeting, but they happen throughout the interim. We also need to mobilize our members to meet with their legislators. And it's important, if you're inviting a legislator to your chapter, which we'll talk about in a little bit, that members show up, that people who care show up, and that we create a good impression. And we always want to be displaying that we have a lot of well-informed, engaged, activated members who are paying attention to decisions that are being made. And finally, agency meetings. So for instance, last year, when the Healthcare Authority and the Public Employees Benefits Board tried to eliminate Uniform Medical Plan, Classic Medicare, without notifying or consulting with retirees, and we had very short notice to do this, but we mobilized our members, we mobilized other organizations, and we had about over 300 people show up, mostly retirees, to this meeting, and it made a huge impression, and it preserved the plan. And I see Elliot Weinstein, who is our retiree representative on PEB, with her hand up. So Elliot, do you have something to share or a question?
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Emmett and Lori, because they mobilized people. I'm on the PEB board, and usually the majority of the PEB board are into cost containment. So my voice alone doesn't have much power. And I wanted to say that you guys were the ones, the members were the ones that showed up and were insistent. Either you can testify remotely. The thing that seems to have the most power with PEB to save your healthcare benefits is to testify at a meeting. And we now have a, what do you call it? I forget now, a bylaw that says that before PEB can vote on anything, they have to take testimony from members. And I didn't make the difference. It was you guys that did it with Emmett and Lori's leadership, just getting everybody mobilized. And the last thing I want to say is you guys called me a lot and educated me. I mean, the members, as to what was going on in your lives. I had no idea. So that when there were PEB meetings and members of PEB would say something, I could say, look, I have members that have a very different story. So I honestly cannot do my job without you people. I'm not messing with you. It is absolutely true. So you saved your own plan. I had very little to do with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you sharing that. There unfortunately are going to be other opportunities for us to mobilize our members to protect our benefits in the future, and it's really important that we are able to do what we did the last time that there was a major attack on retiree benefits. It's important that we do that in the future because, as Elliot shared, it works. By showing up, we can all make a difference. Lori?
So I just want to add to what both Elliot and Emmett have just shared by just saying that I recognize that it feels tiresome. We're tired too. We do lots of mobilizations throughout the year. And the reason we do is when we all work together, it makes a huge difference. It's the collective impact. It's what Emmett shared. Together, we had more than 1,000 people sign in pro on the priority bills that we either contributed to or helped to shape, and also helped to sponsor, actually. So it's important, and I know that it gets tiring. It's like, oh, there's another mobilization. It's not just during session. The mobilization takes place based around these key meetings that Emmett has talked about. And we are involved in a mobilization right now with our presidents, and it relates to meetings that are coming up for the Select Committee on Pension Policy. And so I just want to thank you, because I know that we ask you to send out emails and to help us drum up support among your members, and we can't do this important work without us all working together.
Yes, thank you, Lori. I appreciate you sharing that. So we're going to move on now and talk a little bit about chapter advocacy. And Nancy, would you like to start us off here?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. We have the slide up, and I think it speaks for itself. It's important that the chapter remains involved in these issues. And these are the ways that chapters can do this. And meeting with local legislators is so important. As I mentioned before, they want to hear from their constituents, from the people that are electing them. So all of these things strengthens relationships. We can share information, and we share information back to the council office. So when you meet with your legislator and things come up, you can share back to the office so they can work on issues and pick up things that are important, red flags, that sort of thing to follow up on. And we need to promote member mobilizations. It's so important that we share with members. Some presidents are so good about that. They get an email, they share it right away. And others go, well, you know, everybody knows that anyway, and they don't share. I just think it's important they have to share that, always get that out, always let their members know so they can be involved. As I said, it's a member organization. And it's so important. All of these things are very important on the chapter level. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Thanks for sharing that. As the saying goes, all politics is local, and being able to invite a local legislator to your chapter meeting and showing them how many members are engaged, how many members are paying attention to these issues is really powerful. And they're going to want to be responsive and listen to us and pay attention to what we're asking them to do. So it's really important to, this is how chapter participation and member participation ties into our advocacy by building, by building our chapters up and increasing turnout at chapter meetings. When we invite legislators to meetings, it really will leave an impression on them, and they'll understand that we have a lot of members who are paying attention to decisions they make. Celeste, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to add that if that it's important to join with your local labor councils. I'm a delegate to Pierce County Central Labor. I've found that very useful in both communicating the retirees' point of view, because sometimes, all the actives, they're busy with every other thing that's going on. And, fellowshipping, networking with those people. I think that being active in other local labor, like Jobs for Justice and the Central Labor Councils, is very important.
Yes, I totally agree. Thank you, Celeste. And, by building up our relationships with other organizations like Central Labor Councils and active unions, it makes our voice louder by building our alliances. So thank you for sharing that. The other aspect that is really important is chapters. It's the role of chapters to really make sure that their members are supporting our member mobilizations. And one way that that's done is just by, at your meeting, talking about what we're doing. If there's a committee meeting coming up and we need our members to show up and sign in and support our issues at the meeting, then please be talking about that at your chapter and encouraging people to show up. Also, if there's, let's say, a select committee on pension policy meeting that's coming up where they're going to be talking about PERS 1 COLA, and we need people to testify in support of restoring a COLA, make phone calls to people who people who have a powerful story to share about how this, how restoring an ongoing COLA would improve their life. So also just doing grassroots organizing at the local level is really important. And I know that a lot of you come from a union background where this was something that you did all the time. And so we're going to do a quick poll here to see how many of you were active in a union or not active in a union. All right, we have most people have responded at this point, and 58% of you say you were active in the union before you retired, and about 40% say you were not active in the union. So thank you everybody for responding to the poll. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide here. So one of the key things that we talked about is, bringing your legislators to your meetings, especially during the interim. They don't have time to come visit your chapter during the legislative session, but they do have time to do that during the interim often. And it's really important to invite them and welcome them to your chapter. So when they have time to talk to you about their issues. So once you've met with the legislator at your chapter meeting, it's really important that that information gets back to the council office. So we know which legislators are informed on our issues, and also so we know which legislators are making time for our members and are showing that they care about our issues by attending our meetings, which is also really important. So we have we've used something like this in the past, but we are relaunching it and it looks a little bit different. On our website, there is a legislator meeting report form and that we're ask all chapter leaders to fill out after they've had a meeting with a legislator at their chapter. So we in Olympia can know how that meeting went. So I'm going to show you how to access that here. This might end the screen share. Can everybody still see my screen? Okay. So this is the RPEC website here. Here's the home page. And what I'm going to do is over on this other tab, I'm going to put my mouse over the other tab, and the second item down here is legislator meeting report form. So I'm going to click on that. And from here, we're going to ask you to fill out your name, which chapter you're from, when the meeting was, and which legislator or legislators you met with. And then some other details. You can provide a general recap of the meeting, and then there's a few other specific things we're going to ask about. Like, did they make any commitment? So an example of a commitment would be, okay, well, I'm hearing your concerns, and I'm going to look into introducing a bill that will do this and this and this to address the concerns that you shared with me today. And also some questions just to kind of gauge how familiar they were with our issues, if it would be a good idea for somebody from the council to kind of reach out to them and provide them some information on some issues that they might not have information on yet. And also asking if they asked specifically for some sort of follow-up, if there's anything like that we need to know about. And also just asking if you or anybody else in your chapter has a strong personal relationship with that legislator. It's important that we're keeping track of all of this so we can know where different legislators stand on our issues, and so we can plan our strategy moving forward. So I encourage all of you to take a look at that. And after you have a meeting with the legislator, to please meet with them, or to please update that form. So hold on one moment. I'm going to get the PowerPoint started again. I don't think that's what I wanted to click. So it might have been. Hold on one moment. Okay, my computer is, yeah, I did not click what I meant to click. So hold on, everybody. Okay. I see some things in the chat here as I catch back up here. Lori, is there anything that we should be talking about that's in the chat?
Yeah, let me see here. There was a question from Annette about our work with state legislators around Medicare, and I put kind of a lengthy response in there. That is a separate issue that we do address directly with the congressional delegation. That said, there are Medicare-related topics that we do speak to state legislators about, and also with HCA staff. One topic of which is the need to strengthen the transition between receiving PEB benefits and then moving into Medicare. That process could be much that could be streamlined and made to be more clear for retirees. And that was a learning that came from the listening sessions that we helped to initiate with the PEB Stakeholders Medicare Coalition. So it's a little bit of both, but it's primarily on the federal side. There was a shout out to Elliot, and Elliot, we thank you again for all the work that you do on our behalf with PEB and for keeping us well informed. Let's see what else we've got here. So Alma Jean talked about the importance of accepting invitations from legislators to meet at locations that they arrange. Absolutely. As Emmett articulated, when we're during the interim session, legislators have more than 15 minutes generally to meet with you. That said, you want to be very respectful of their time and try to keep those meetings to somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour. But it's not uncommon for them to meet with you at a coffee shop in the community, like a, I won't say the word, a local coffee shop or at a restaurant. So just if those invitations come and if you can make that work, it's a wonderful opportunity for you and for your elected officers.
And then the final thing I
so
see
let me
go ahead.
let's address what Katrina mentioned here. Do you want reports from several attendees or just one designated person like the president? I think that it's helpful to just have one summary come in from a designated person from the chapter. That can be a president or the president's designee. As was mentioned earlier, some of our chapters do have legislative committee chairs, and so that person may be tasked with that. This is not an onerous form, but it's important for us to keep apprised of where our chapters are making those connections so that if we do outreach from a council office perspective, that we have the history and can kind of bring that full circle in conversations with those legislators.
Thank
Did
you,
I miss
Lori.
anything?
I think you got everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the last item that we're going to talk about in the advocacy section today is political action. And essentially, political action is our effort to support pro-retiree candidates for elected office. And there's a number of reasons that we do that. First being, by electing candidates who represent our values on retirement security, who believe in protecting our pensions. By electing those types of candidates, we are protecting our retirement security. It's also a really good opportunity for our members to and our organization to strengthen our relationships with elected officials and candidates. And so there's going to be a lot of opportunities to do that each election cycle. And so some of the things that you can think about doing as an individual is, for instance, you could volunteer with a local campaign, and that's a really good way to strengthen your relationship with the candidate and make sure that they remember who RPEC is, and they'll remember, legislators remember, candidates remember who helped them, who supported their campaigns. It doesn't always have a direct impact on how they make decisions, but they do remember who their supporters are. And so if it's during a busy legislative session, but we're requesting a meeting, they might make time for us if they know that we were there for them when when they were running for re-election. And so it's really important that we have those relationships and we have access to elected officials, and we can do that by supporting their campaigns. So what this means at the chapter level, so chapters can make independent endorsements in local races only. And so by local races, I'm talking about county or city level races. Chapters can't make endorsements in races for state legislature or statewide office or Congress or president. Those responsibilities. So it's the RPEC PAC that makes endorsements in legislative races and the RPEC Executive Board that makes endorsements in statewide and congressional races. Chapters can also make indirect campaign contributions to candidates for local office, but this is very important. It's very important that all of those campaign contributions are coordinated with the council office. So a chapter cannot just write a check to a candidate under any circumstance. The process that we must follow is that chapters must write a check out to the RPEC Political Action Committee and then mail it to the council office and let the RPEC PAC let us know which local candidates the chapter would like to make a campaign contribution to, and then we will legally file the campaign contribution and make sure that it's legally reported, and we will write a letter to the candidate with the campaign contribution and giving your chapter credit for making the campaign contribution. So chapters can also use chapter funds to make campaign contributions to candidates for state legislature or statewide office in certain situations where it's not in conflict with the decisions that the RPEC Political Action Committee or the Executive Board have made, and also assuming that the RPEC PAC has not reached the maximum campaign contribution for a candidate. So that's something else that chapters can do with council funds, but I just want to stress again that chapters cannot make direct campaign contributions to any candidates. The money has to come through the council office. And please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. So by building a strong political action campaign, we can really increase our influence in the legislature, and we can make sure that local elected officials at all levels are paying attention to us. The reason that it's important to be engaging in political action at the local level, in a city race or a county race, is, I mean, number one, a lot of people a lot of elected officials in those positions get to make decisions that have a big impact on retirees in the communities. And so it's important for as a retiree advocacy organization to get involved in those races. And additionally, folks who are running for those positions are likely to move on and potentially run for a higher office someday in the future. And so having those relationships already is a great starting point, and as well as, in addition to relationships, also educating them on our issues that we're working on at the state level. I will say, a big way that you can support our political action that every member can is by contributing to the RPEC Political Action Committee. In just over the last year, we've tripled how much our members are contributing every month. You can sign up to have however much money you want per month automatically deducted from your pension. And just like your RPEC dues for most of you. And that's another really, really important way for us to be able to get involved in these races by providing campaign support, providing financial support to the campaigns of pro-retiree candidates. Katrina.
I know that you've said that local chapters cannot make contributions directly. And I want to emphasize to people who don't know that contributions to political candidates have to be reported to the Public Disclosure Commission. It's a complicated procedure, and thank goodness the RPEC Council takes on that responsibility, but it's not something we can just cavalierly go away with and don't pay attention to, because we'd be breaking the law, and do not want to break the law with the PDC, period. It's very expensive if that happens. So I want to emphasize Emmett's point. Don't try to make a direct contribution. Make it through the council office. Thank you.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Katrina. Elizabeth does a really great job of taking care of all of the campaign filing that needs to happen. And so she'll take care of that for you, and we need to make sure that we're following the law. Tim?
And in my chapter, I'm the one who fills out the paperwork once we make a contribution. So I'm the one who's going to go to jail if something happens. So I take on that responsibility in my chapter. But one thing I wanted to stress that others have stressed is in your book, you have the RPEC PAC policies and procedures, and really there is a call in there for chapters to set up an endorsement program. And so you're really carrying out the work of the statewide PAC when you're doing local endorsements, because we found with the help, when we started, we got help from Chapter 18, District 9, District 1. And so those resources are out there. So we didn't have to reinvent the wheel, but we really found that talking to local elected officials or endorsing them and keeping in touch with them it helps in trying to mitigate the opposition that has come from the statewide associations of cities and counties. And we're hearing that constantly now, even in our meetings with our local legislators as well. They realize the importance of having that presence, which is something that we can do at the local level. And I think I've done well by Bev. She wasn't here today. I think I've represented Bev pretty well on that. Bev wants us to have local endorsements programs. So whatever Bev says I've learned, I do. Thank you.
I agree with everything Tim said, including that we should all do whatever Bev tells us to do. So we're gonna have to move on here. Before we do, I just want to thank Chapter 2. They have a really robust local political action program where they, reach out to all the candidates in a number of local races and set up an interview. They have a candidate questionnaire, and so they are an example of how to do political action at the chapter level. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, and I can connect you with some of the materials that they use and connect you with the Chapter 2 Legislative and Political Action Committee leaders if you have any questions. So I think we are, it's time to move on from this section. So let's move ahead here. I'm going to stop my screen share and let's see, Derek, is it time for lunch?
Yes, we're just a little bit behind schedule now, so we're going to break for lunch. I have 12:27. We will return at 1 o'clock sharp. So have a great lunch, everybody. We'll see you at 1.
that they repeated later.
Hello, Johanna.
Hello, there we are. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
just
glad to hear
sitting here
that.
enjoying. I think this is a very good training.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Been here since 2014 in RPEX, and I have to say, this is the best job of this that we've done for me.
Certainly puts everything
It
in
is.
its place and in context.
It's really, to me, done well.
Yes.
When I know, what's been going on to get
Yeah.
to this point,
Yeah.
I really am enjoying this thing because you're getting some of where we're going.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
You betcha. Yeah, how it all fits together is very helpful.
Well, look at all the work that they have put into it. That staff has been working.
Yeah.
I mean, I know because I've done this kind of stuff before. And it, wow, that staff has got high energy.
Well,
And that's good. Yeah, we got a ways to go, but it's just nice to see us moving.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so you had a birthday party?
Yes, I did have a birthday party. It's actually kind of fun because my birthday's in January. I'll be 80 in January. It's really hard to have an outdoor party in January. So my sister decided to hold an event yesterday, and it was just really fun. It was wonderful.
So
Break the
happy
routine.
birthday a half year in advance.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I'm picking up on it. One of my friends who turns 80 before I do was quite shaken by the fact that I was celebrating before her 80th birthday. But
That's perfect. You have a party and you didn't get a year older.
Yes. gift, isn't it? Yeah, it was really fun. If I could have invited everyone, I would have. I truly would have. It was just wonderful. I even had,
Well, I belong to a group called Girlfriends Over 40 that I joined back in the early 70s. We still get together every month. And so we put the word plus, girlfriends over 40 plus.
Over 40 plus.
There's nobody 40 in that group anymore.
I think that's funny.
When you get to 80, you can do plus plus.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Looks like we got most everybody here. See if I can do my. Still see a handful of blank screens, but I'm sure everybody will start coming back here in a second. Before we jump into, we're gonna have to backtrack and cover convention, but before we jump in, I just want to mention that last two discussions I think were outstanding. And through that, I identified that both the membership and advocacy areas I think are great topics for specific webinars that we can hold for leaders to be able to answer more questions and help share ideas between everyone. Another idea that popped up too, and we'll have to talk to committee chairs, is being that this was membership and advocacy, is to talk to our membership and PAC committees and see if they might have room on their upcoming agendas for meetings to have, you know, say a 15-20 minute open Q&A for people. I mean, great information to sit in on one of those meetings, but if they have time permitting, maybe there's room for a little open Q&A to answer some questions at those. So we'll talk to them and do some follow-up accordingly. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and jump into convention and try to knock that out real quick. Convention is one of our only events that is, for the most part, laid out in our Constitution. Our convention call is issued the first week of March, and that is because per Constitution, we cannot determine the delegate allotment until we have paid membership numbers as of February 28th. We also do that. It used to be March, the end of March. We backed it up to allow more time for chapter meetings and elections to be held before the registration deadline for that. But that's one of those things that we're on top of. We have everything prepared going into February, and all we're waiting on is getting those final numbers, and we send it out within the first day or two of March to get that out to your hands. All details and timelines are contained within that document. I'm going to pop through that real quick with you. Here is a copy of last year's let me see, move it so I can see it. This is a copy of last year's convention call. We start off with the official call, letting you know when it is, where it is. I always put in a timeline of deadlines and dates that are coming. Little table of contents. Of course, most importantly, our notice of elections. How the delegates are chosen, letting you know that all board members, executive board members, and that's the RPEC Council executive board, that the council covers their room and travel. So that's not something, even though they can be a delegate for your chapter, we cover registration fees and travel and lodging for the executive board.
21 degrees and it's 21 and sunny. And
it sounds nice somewhere. Letting you know how the distribution goes, we send the call to all chapter officers. The only difference is each chapter secretary gets 2 copies of the delegate registration form. We have instructions for registration, let you know what the fees are, when the deadline dates, etc. Let you know what we're going to be eating, so you can make a choice there. Our lodging and reservations, how that works, where we're staying, how much it is, and how to make a reservation. We have our refund policy in case you have a delegate that can't make it and has to drop out. That shows you how that is handled, as well as, like I said, this is in the Constitution, but we provide it in this document for your ease and information, and how amendments and resolutions are to be submitted, as well as what committees we have at convention, and to let us know by the deadline. So we put everything in that document that you need to know as a chapter leader going into preparing your delegates and get that information out to them. So we send the call to all leaders. It is upon you to share that information with your members. We do post it on the website so that it is available there, but whether you share it at meetings or whether, how you get that information out, that is on you to get that to your membership, to get people in and nominated and elected as delegates. So with that, I'm going to turn over real quick to Alyssa to cover registration.
Okay, Nancy, do you have a question?
You're muted, Nancy.
I'm sorry, just a quick question on a convention. And I think staff does a remarkable job, and I think things have to go through staff so it's consistent and professional and make sure it gets done. But is there any room in that group for members to participate in any of that preparation?
We do try to put together I work with the president and our executive director, put together what we call a convention committee. It's kind of an informal ad hoc committee, but we try to get representation from around the state and to discuss various aspects of convention. Usually it's looking at things like entertainment, our vendors, sometimes we'll look over the meals, try to get everybody's input on that. Anything that's not kind of set in stone by Constitution, ideas for goodie bag items, etc. So.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
All right, thanks, Nancy. Yeah, so as Derek had mentioned, there will be 2 copies of the registration form. It'll be sent out, 2 copies of the call, excuse me. The registration form will be sent out to the secretaries. And with that, once you get everyone signed up who wants to go, you're gonna want to make sure that you send the payment with it right away. If you send it to the office, it's really important to get the payments in very promptly. So you can also scan in the registration form and email it to us. But again, we're gonna need to have the payment for it pretty quickly, so we're not having to chase anyone down at convention. So it's okay to send it that way. Again, we just need to have that payment done. I'm going to be your main point of contact for registration. I'll be working with Derek pretty closely for convention. So if there's anything that I can't help you with, then I'll definitely send it over to Derek. But, first of all, just reach out to me for any questions or communications about registration.
Great. Thank you, Alyssa. Resolutions and amendments. Both must be received 45 days in advance of convention. And the deadline for that is included in the convention call, as well as posted on our website. So if you ever are curious when that 45 days is, just check the call or the website, and that date will be on there. They do not have to be formatted as you normally see at convention. As long as it's legible or typed out, we'll take care of getting it formatted into the proper format to be presented at convention. We'll look over it for grammar, punctuation, but we will not change wording. We will send you a copy to look over once we do that formatting to make sure it's as it was intended. Copies will be sent to delegates and chapters 15 days prior to convention of those items. Something to keep in mind is the delegate registration form. Any resolutions, any amendments must bear the signature of the president or secretary. So if you send them to us electronically, please scan them with a signature on it, and we can accept it that way. But they do need to have the signature of those two offices, or one of those two officers on there. So if there's no outstanding questions I can answer quickly, we'll jump into, okay, I see Kathy. Whereas convention, it was the board voted to hold it in Wenatchee again this year. What does registration fee covers? It used to cover not only the meals, but part of the board and staff travel and lodging, as well as production of materials. Unfortunately, meal costs keep going up. And last year, our meal costs equaled exactly the registration fee. So that will be discussed with the next convention committee as well as the board, if we need to look at any modifications in those, unfortunately. We do our best to negotiate a good hotel price and keep that down. But you know, more and more of the food continues to go up, and I expect this year, once I see food costs in early 2024, probably to exceed what our registration fee is. So, you know, we may have to look at some changes. So with that, I think we will move into chapter meetings with Jacob and Alyssa. And I'll stop screen share so Jacob can take over.
Okay, so let's slide. Okay, here we go. Okay, Alyssa, would you like to start, or shall I kick it off?
Yeah, if you want to kick it off, I'll get to the meeting structure slide and we can go over that part. But
That
if you
sounds
want to
great.
do these first two.
All right, so meetings. So I'm going to quote something directly out of the AFSCME Retirees Handbook. One of the most important tasks of the leadership is to achieve the largest possible turnout and to make membership meetings sufficiently attractive and exciting to induce new members to come again. Okay. All right, so meeting objectives. One of the main objectives for membership meetings, chapter meetings, is to inform the members of what is happening, what might happen and why. And so that includes, you know, anything more local to your members that they would need to know about, or possibly, you know, council level news as well that you want to communicate down the chain to your members. Meeting objectives are also making decisions to guide the chapter's activities and programs, and arrange to implement these decisions. You know, it's an opportunity to organize and get your officers together, get some members together, and make important decisions for your chapter. Meetings are also an opportunity to build unity within your chapter. You know, giving people the opportunity to meet with other members and talk with them makes them feel more connected, especially between, you know, like newer members and long-term members or chapter officers. You know, if members can get on a face-to-face basis with officers, they're a lot more likely to, attend chapter meetings in the future as well. All right, meeting structure. Go ahead, Alyssa.
All right, so what we have here, that's the order of business we go by Robert's rules. You can see an example of a meeting agenda on page 42 of your handbook. So having an agenda for your meeting ready to go is very important. Otherwise, the meeting can kind of lack structure. They also help to elevate the professionalism of RPEC. It'll help you facilitate the meetings in a specific and orderly fashion. So whenever you're making the agenda, it's good to have it be a collaborative effort. So as mentioned in the AFSCME retiree manual of the Green Book, the executive board of your chapter, they develop the agenda together. So, whichever format works best for you all, it's good to have that ready to go. And there's doing it collaboratively gives you this a mutual and shared governance. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. So talking about meeting locations, one of the most important aspects of chapter meetings is the location of your meeting. There's a lot of reasons why, chapters choose a specific location, whether that's affordability, for smaller chapters, is it a free venue? That's usually a huge perk. Privacy, is it kind of tucked away? Is it behind a closed door, separate from the rest of the general meeting area, whether that be in a restaurant or a library or whatever? Is there some sort of privacy? And lastly, noise. That's also a huge concern. Some of the other things that are really important to chapter meetings is like Wi-Fi. If your chapter is doing hybrid meetings or strictly Zoom meetings, obviously internet access at the actual meeting venue is going to be super important. So when, especially following all these surveys that we've gotten in, there's been a lot of interest in hybrid meetings. So something to take into consideration moving forward. If you're going to be taking on hybrid meetings for your chapter, you're going to want somewhere that's got reliable Wi-Fi. I know like chapter 18 meets a library sometimes, I believe chapter 37 as well. Libraries have been pretty successful venues for our chapters because they have Wi-Fi. Oftentimes they have their own little kind of meeting area that's out of the way. And also maybe even have like a screen where you can put the members that are on the other side of the Zoom call for anybody who's there in person to see. Go ahead, Robin.
So as far as affordability, I think there's a couple of points there. One is in terms of the meals being reasonable in price, but the other is when you're negotiating the location with the restaurant, you can work it out with them that they will waive the room fee with the understanding that all attendees will buy an entree and beverage. And the advantage of the restaurant over the library is, it addresses the eat, meet, and greet opportunity. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robin. Yeah, like Robin said, I can't think of an exact chapter number off the top of my head, but I know multiple chapters in their experience that they've gotten the room fee waived for the reservation fee because everybody who's attending the meeting bought a meal. So those kinds of things are something to take into consideration. Definitely have conversations with the people that are in charge of the venue that you're trying to operate at. See how can it be most affordable to the chapter and how can it meet the needs that the chapter needs for the meeting. Senior centers is another good place for meetings to be. Chapter 2 meets at the Olympia Center here downtown. They're able to get, like one of the private areas, reserved for the 1.5 to 2 hour meeting that they have monthly. And, it's been a pretty successful venue for them. They even have audio setups there at the senior center, so they're able to kind of use the equipment that's available to them there. And that, that helps eliminate any extra setup you have to do in terms of if you need to get audio equipment for the size of your meeting or things like that. So, okay. Move forward. Programs and guest speakers. So when trying to get a guest speaker to your chapter meeting, you want to think about what's going to be interesting to your members. A lot of the times that's legislators due to, actively working on our issues or, trying to meet us in the middle and help support us in what we're fighting for, things like that. It's always good when chapter members can hear from their legislator about what's going on and what they're doing about the needs of public sector retirees. Otherwise, outside of just legislators, something relevant and interesting, anybody from, maybe it's even local government or an organization that specifically does something for seniors or something like that, something that's gonna be relevant to members. It's always gonna be well received. Like I was mentioning, local elected officials is really good as well. Speaking engagements is a perfect opportunity to connect your members with local legislators that represent them. So, and mix it up. You want to cater to members with different interests. I know one way that a chapter addresses this is, I believe, chapter 46, Judith Fry's chapter. She provides a way for members to, write down suggestions of what they'd like to see for guest speakers or for programming for their chapter meetings. From what I've heard from Judith, that has been extremely successful in driving, what people they bring in from month to month. Okay. And then attendance incentives. How can you make your meetings fun and interesting? So some ways that people do that is, the free lunch. And so an example of that is some chapters will provide free lunch to any new members when they come to their first meeting. Some chapters do drawings for gift cards and other cash prizes. The only thing you want to stay away from is any language that makes it sound like a gambling of any kind. It's a drawing or like a raffle for a cash prize or something like that. And then games of any kind that your members can get engaged with, whether that be even doing like trivia about RPEC or legislative issues that are prominent right now, things like that. Just finding new and creative ways to get members to participate and want to keep coming back. All right, Alyssa, you want to take it away with meeting minutes?
Yes. So the secretary breakout room, we're going to go over this in a lot more detail. But going back to the agenda, another great reason to have that ready to go. Hopefully that's been kind of the standard for everybody, but if not, I highly recommend it. Imagine if we were running this without an agenda. So the agenda can then provide a template for you to use for your minutes whenever you're recording those. You want to make sure that you're recording the minutes as the meeting occurs. You want your memory to be fresh, everyone else's memory to be fresh. So it's also good to have them done, ready to distribute, ready to review within 2 days of the meeting. That way everyone's memory of it is still fresh. So you don't need to record it, write everything down verbatim. It's not a transcript. You can just record what happened, what the actions were, the motions and the decisions, as well as, what's mentioned there is the chapter finances. So yeah. Nancy?
Yes, I just had one question. When you showed this sort of draft agenda, I noticed you had the speaker towards the end of the program. Is that recommended more than towards the front? I know some chapters have it first and then that speaker can be excused when they talk about business. Is there a preference? I can see advantages to both.
Jacob, did you want to speak on that?
Yeah, so I would say, one of the things to take into consideration is that there have been some challenges when a guest speaker has been present and meals are being brought in to the members that are there, like in the middle of while the guest speaker is actively speaking, and that's been an issue. So it really depends on what works best for your setup and for the structure of your meeting. If it works better for your chapter to get everyone together and then have the meal and go through business and then have the speaker at the end, then so be it. If you're having them at the beginning, just take things like that into consideration. You don't want your guest speaker to be being interrupted while they're trying to talk to the chapter. So really it's up to the chapter as long as it meets the desired need. Good question, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, so we're going to talk about chapter newsletters. So here are some of the goals of chapter newsletters. First off is, advertising meetings. It's the notice that goes out to members, about 10 days prior to a meeting, notifying them of when the meeting is, where it is, and some of the contents of the meeting. Maybe even included is who the guest speaker is going to be. The other piece of it is to inform. That always includes tidbits of chapter level information from the president of the respective chapter, but also will include things like the executive director's report, which is basically a big summary of what's going on at the council, like right now. What actively are we working on? What issues are we facing? What have we made progress on? Next would be to engage. That's a good point of connection for members who especially maybe aren't tapped into like chapter meetings and whatnot. They see that information, they know what we're up to. It engages them on some sort of mental level, whether they're a big participator or not. Also, it helps us to mobilize members, call to action, if you will. Some people don't have computers. Some people don't even really have phone service. And so physical mail also is always a good way to mobilize people as long as, the timeline allows for that. Okay. So with chapter newsletters, any chapter newsletter with fewer than, oh, Nancy, go ahead. I'm sorry. You're muted.
Darn it. My question is there ever any concern about posting the treasurer's report in these newsletters? Because they're posted then. I just find a little discomfort with some of that.
As far as I know, I don't know if there's any issues. Derek, I don't know if you know different than that.
I think the union's very careful about not publishing their bank balances and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I mean, we are talking on a chapter level, so it's not super critical, but what I've seen with most newsletters is between the information in the newsletter and I think almost across the board, we also include the most recent executive director's monthly letter with it, that there's very little room left for things such as a treasurer's report. As some do put minutes from the previous meeting in there. So I think that's probably up to the chapter. I would say it's probably not recommended, but you could, always let your members know it's available to them upon request. If they want that information, it can be sent out by the president or the treasurer or whatnot. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Derek, and good question, Nancy. Okay, I'm just going to run through, what is first class mail versus the bulk mailing. So for chapters that have fewer than 200 recipients for their newsletter, physical recipients, the chapter does not have to pay for that. That is covered by the council office. We print it and we mail it right out from here. And so, one of the limitations that comes with that is that newsletters that are paid for by the office and mailed out from here cannot exceed 4 pages. And so, that's 2 pieces of paper double-sided. Usually that's not an issue. There's maybe a couple times I could think of where I had to do some formatting stuff to squeeze it into 4 pages, but that's usually not an issue. And then bulk mailing is for those with 200 or more newsletter recipients. And so with that, we have a timeline that we have to follow a little more tightly because the WFC print shop wants to receive print requests like 5 days in advance, if possible. And so, let's see, it's the timeline. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so yeah, here's the newsletter deadlines. So the chapter is supposed to submit their newsletter 3 weeks prior to the meeting that the newsletter is for. That gives me about a little less than a week to get it up to speed. You know, I have Alyssa do a second check for grammar, punctuation, accuracy of information. And then I also have Lori check it, make sure everything looks good. Make sure that we've got everything included in there, anything new that maybe we needed to fit into the executive director's report. And then have the president or whoever is the corresponding newsletter rep from their chapter tell me that it looks good. Give me the okay that there's not something wrong or missing in there. So, and then at that point, 15 days prior to the meeting, I would submit it to the WFC print shop, and I would set it requesting to be printed and mailed 5 days after that. And so that would be 10 days until the meeting. The newsletter would be expected to be mailed to members, which they would then get it, like 3 to 5 days or something like that. So when it comes to those that have less than 200 recipients, there's a little bit more wiggle room because we don't need 5 days to print it. I can get it printed out the same day, basically. So I do ask, though, that whenever possible, at the end of a chapter meeting each month, start thinking about your newsletter for the next month, because pretty much like a week and a half after each chapter meeting, you're going to be due to send me another draft for the next one. So it'd probably be easier just to be thinking about, after each meeting, what is the next meeting going to entail? That way it's not like a huge cram at the last minute. Sometimes it is, it's a possibility that maybe you're waiting to hear back on a guest speaker to confirm things like that. And I know that always affects, like timeliness in newsletters. Just keep in mind that, the more newsletters that I get late, the harder it is to ensure that I can get them all out on time. And so just, do your best to send it to me 3 weeks in advance of the meeting, if possible. If for some reason you can't do that, make sure you reach out to me so that way I can be aware of it. And that way we can try to do our best with the time allotted. So, okay, newsletter production. So the message to members that you want in the newsletter should be submitted in a text format. Some chapter leaders have a template of their newsletter that they send to me. Some folks just send it copied into an email. Honestly, whatever works is fine with me. Just try to make sure, if possible, that there's not anything weird with the formatting. If you're able to identify that, And so, we'll review the newsletter for grammar, accuracy, do any of the formatting that needs to be done to assimilate it to that newsletter style, like the other versions. And then we'll review it with the chapter leader to get approval for publication. So, all right, and then the final steps of doing the newsletters is that after I've already printed it and mailed it or sent it to the print house to do the same, then I post it onto the RPEC website. So you can go into there and see under chapters, there's chapter newsletters available to look at on there. And so it just has the most recent newsletter for each chapter uploaded on there. And when I upload the next one, it just puts the most current one as the available newsletter to view. So if you ever want to see what other chapters are doing, just to get ideas, things like that, I highly recommend you go and look at their newsletters on our website. The next step is to then send that newsletter to the respective district representative. So whoever your district rep is on the executive board for your chapter, I send your newsletter to them at the end of it. And then I also CC the executive committee on that, so they see all the newsletters as well. And then following that, if there are members that have requested to be on the email list for newsletters instead of the physical mail list, then I would send out a digital version to them as well. So, okay. Okay. I'll start off with chapter elections here.
Hang on. There was a question from Johanna. Why don't you go ahead and take that?
Gotcha. Okay.
Again, the question is a matter of fiscal accounts, save money, how to save money. It's a really good thing to try to ask your members if they do in fact prefer to have their newsletters sent by email, because you can save money there, especially if, like we are, we're right at the 200 member population for our chapter. But that doesn't mean there are 200 newsletters mailed, because many of those members are married people and you only want to send one newsletter to the household. So you've got two ways to kind of trim. And one is the electronic submissions of your newsletter, and the other is to make sure that you don't get worried just because your member number says 200 that you're going to have to start paying bulk mailing.
Thank you, Johanna. Absolutely.
Another thing to note too is, especially the members that like to get it electronically, is that newsletter is on our website typically before it hits the print house even. So there's a copy there for your members to grab as well. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Derek. That's a good mention as well. They're always available on the website to anybody who's got internet access. All right.
One more from Ruth.
Oh, Ruth, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. How does somebody get on the list for they want it electronically?
So you just if you're wanting to be on the list to receive it electronically, you can just let me know. If you have a member who wants the same, you can just reach out to us and we'll mark it in the database that they don't want to receive the physical newsletter.
Okay.
So yeah, moving forward, for chapters wondering, if you have any members that voice interest in a digital newsletter rather than a physical, yeah, just reach out to me at the council office and just let me know, and we can get it changed over. It's a very simple process. So, all right, thank you. Derek, do you want me to quit sharing my screen, or?
No, I'll let you go ahead. It's
Okay.
just one slide. So.
Okay, perfect. So chapter elections. So I'm going to be referencing Appendix A, which is, the individualized constitution for each of the chapters. The typical election cycle follows the pattern of nominations in March, followed by elections in April, at the membership meeting then. The other alternative election process is nominations and elections in April. Now, there are some chapters, just a few, that don't follow this exactly. Their Appendix A says something a little different. Like one chapter, I think their nominations could be in December and then elections in April. And then the other one is nominations and elections in April. So there's really two options there for each chapter. But this is the typical election cycle. And so what is required during elections is that a notice of nominations and elections must be sent to all members, posted in the mail 15 days prior to that chapter meeting in which they would be doing elections. So that's why it's important when, January, February time rolls around each year and your elections are coming up for your chapter. Definitely be working on what you want that verbiage to be for your chapter meeting, because I'm going to need to do a quick turnaround on getting this information out to members. So chapter election report forms, those are the forms that you are to complete after your chapter has concluded its elections. That provides the contact information for all of your officers or any of your committee members, your executive board members. That way, one, we have a complete list directly from the chapter of who is the current officers and committee chairholders. And also two, then we can double check that all our contact information for our leaders is accurate. So it's kind of a nice twofold little document there. I sent a physical version out in the mail, but I also sent a digital version out over email to everybody. And just know that, you can request a copy of that at any time as well, but otherwise I'll send it to you ahead of the actual elections. So usually you should have that in hand when elections come around. So elections are to be held by secret ballot. And so if a meeting is hybrid or virtual, then you would have to do it as a mail-in ballot, just due to the fact that it can't be secret with the people that aren't actually there in person, because they're not able to actually fill out the ballot. So just keep that in mind when you're doing your elections, if you're going to be doing hybrid or virtual. So something else to prepare for in advance of the actual elections as well. All right.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and stop sharing.
Okay.
And just wanted to add, as far as your elections, like Jacob said, your timeline is in your Appendix A, and you do have an elections section in there. But we also included it in all your handbooks, the AFSCME Retirees Election Manual. This is full of information on how you would handle elections, especially if you have to go to a secret ballot setup or a mail-in ballot setup, excuse me. That was a lifesaver when we were under COVID and we had our convention and had to do elections. On the note of elections, elections aren't just for your officers. On convention years, delegates are technically to be elected by an election, not just, hey, I want to go, or who wants to sign up. But that can mean people can sit and nominate themselves if they want to go, and you just basically go through the process. And I think everybody knows about that. If you don't have, if it's a non-contested position, that you don't have to worry about going through the ballot process, that they can be elected by acclamation. So if you don't exceed nominees, exceed your delegate allotment, your nominees don't exceed your delegate allotment, you're good to go. If they do, then you'll need to have an election for that number. But I think over the years I've had a few chapters send their full delegation, but not that many. So, but that is something to keep in mind, is that is an elected position as well. So, but if you have any questions about elections, by all means, reach out to us at the office. We'll be happy to assist you. I know we've assisted many chapters in the past, especially during COVID. And when it comes to convention delegates, as to the process. So if you have any questions, reach out to us ahead of time. Most important thing is getting notice out to your members ahead of elections and letting them know that elections are to be held. With that, we're at almost 1:45. So we're back ahead of schedule. Thank you, staff.
I have one more question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Johanna.
The delegates election is not, you can do that publicly and vote rather than having a ballot.
I believe so. It says they have to be elected, but I really haven't found a specific, here's how you do it, like they do the officers. And again, if your chapter has a lot of delegates and you only have 18 nominations, it's pretty much wrapped up by acclamation, for those nominations. So, but I would try to keep it somewhat formal so it can be in minutes. We kind of have to keep everything under the auspice that, we could potentially be audited. I have to keep records of all the delegates and report forms for that, as well as elections. Just in case one is we're audited, the other is that we have a contested issue with an election. So, but yeah, I haven't found anything that says it has to follow the same process as the officers, but it's somewhat close. So, and again, unless your nominations exceed your allotment, it's not really ever an issue. So,
Thank you.
with that, now I have 1:44, so we will take a 15-minute stretch break, or I'll give you 16 minutes and see everybody back at 2. So.
Judith, can you hear me? This is Tim. You're muted. I have a question, an important question for you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. What is your question for me and the rest of the universe?
We had, I forget what the meeting was a few weeks back, but you were at a pool about to teach water aerobics. Is that correct?
Yeah. You know, some of us don't even get the 3%. So I have a number of part-time jobs, and one of them is teaching water aerobics at RY.
Very good. In Bellevue, is that where it is?
The Bellevue Y, yeah, I'm on the board of the Bellevue Y, and I teach water aerobics there.
My wife taught water aerobics at our local Y for many, many years.
Hey.
And it is a wonderful, especially for folks our age and those who are, you know, recovering from injuries. And it's easy. You know, gravity is your friend there.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad, you know, hey, we've got this area of common interest now.
Well, I see you. I want to put together a guest program of our members who are involved in kind of exercise. And you're one, John Gust, who was for the chapter down in Lewis County, the big bike rider, again, with my wife. He was the poster child actually for the state employee strike in 2001. So there's some folks, and then Elizabeth's mom is, you know, with the walking group Volksport. So there's a potential there. And again, but you know, you don't have to swim to do water aerobics.
I cannot swim.
Right,
I am actually
it's just the
afraid of
natural
water.
resistance, and it's easy on the joints, and you don't have the pound of walking, for instance. So, but kudos to you. I was a lifeguard, so I saved a lot of lives. But but the lifeguard shortage. Bev said I should go back to work and become a lifeguard at age 65. But
listen, the Ys are really short of lifeguards all over the state. I work on a couple of projects that are statewide for the Y.
Yeah.
And they're short of lifeguards.
Well, they're short everywhere. That's you know.
Yeah.
City of Lacey has a limited aquatics program. It's somewhat limited there, and but I had a friend who just passed away a few years ago of cancer, but she was, I think, 72, and she was still a lifeguard for the city of Seattle, still teaching swim lessons, and she's been doing it for 50 years. So it can be done. So, but anyway, well, kudos to you. I thought very interesting. I always, and especially it's kind of cool to see someone on a Zoom meeting coming from a pool. I could see the stuff in the background.
Oh yeah, last time
I could almost smell the chlorine.
Timing.
Yeah. Almost the
timing was really tight there, and so I just was up on the first floor of the Y.
Wow.
Was the only way I could get to the meeting.
Wow. Well, kudos to you. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your break there, but I wanted to ask you that question.
Well, that's fine. Say I should get together with your wife and talk about her routines and stuff. Always looking for new ideas.
Yeah, it's been a few years, but yeah, she had it down. It was a lot of planning. There was a lot of music, and yeah, it was. And she had a lot. People came to her classes. Yeah, it was a big deal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a discount. His family got a discount for going to that Y because she worked there. So that was the best part. So anyway, okay, I'll let you enjoy the rest of the break.
Bye, Tim. I'm looking for other presidents from District 9. I didn't see anybody on the attendance list, but we have the request to talk with our county officials and city officials. And since we overlap so much in District 9, having the King County employees are a chapter, and then the University of Washington employees are a chapter, I'm really trying to get together with the other presidents, and I hoped that the other presidents would be on this call. I just had the current King County Council chair to my meeting last week and didn't realize that this initiative was in the way. And I don't know whether we want to talk to the council people separately, the council person from our area, or whether we just want to put all of our eggs in one basket. So I really want to get together with those other presidents from District 9.
Hi, Judith. I don't know if the other presidents from District 9 are on right now, but I
I
think
didn't
that's a
see
great
that any
idea.
were. I didn't
And
see that any were.
they should be back soon. Matt's
No.
here. I'm sure he's just stepped away. He's on the call.
Well,
And
consider that I'm saying this to you with a carbon copy to our executive director so that I'm following protocol. But some sort of coordination would be helpful. And I'm sure there's some, well, Olympia is its own district, isn't it? But in the other larger metropolitan areas, I don't know if this is an issue as well, but it's silly for us to come at them from 3 different chapters if we could all go together.
I agree, and I think District 9 has always done a really good job of getting together at the round table. And
Well,
if
our
there's anything we
roundtable
can do to
right now, our roundtable is not as active as it's been in the past for various reasons. And so that's why I think it's going to have to be something the presidents do.
Okay. Well, if there's
So-
anything that we can do to help you coordinate that, please let me know. Happy to help.
Okay. And
Or you
said
may
one
want
of
to,
Sorry.
I was just going to say, Judith, one of the things you may want to do is reach out to your executive board representatives and see if they can help facilitate.
I have, this is not a good time for that, given health issues, but yeah, we'll work on it. Thank you.
Judith?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Teresa. Let me open up my webpage. I heard that you're on a statewide with the Y.
Yes.
What do you do for them statewide?
We have something called the Alliance of Ys, which represents most of the Ys in the state. And we put on Tuesdays something called Community Cafe. And I write scripts, or we get speakers to speak for about 20 minutes, and then we do breakout groups. We started 3 years ago during the pandemic, and it's really builds community for people that are still sort of cut in. It's for active older adults.
Yeah,
So, that's a big thing.
I go to the Y at Tom Taylor in Gig Harbor.
Okay,
And
yeah. So part of the Kitsap Y.
Right, and it's a very nice Y. But what I found, after COVID, of course, they don't have those instructors. And the one thing, the elderly miss is they had a healthy joints class. And they think that, and because it's water, it's easier for your joints. They think that having it in a gym area or a room area is just as, but for some of us with our joint problems, that doesn't work.
So Teresa, rather than the personal stuff here, I'm going to ask with permission if somebody can give me your contact information, and I'll put you together with the right person at the Kitsap Y, at the Kitsap Pierce Y.
Oh, okay, that would be great.
Okay,
great.
Glad to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and take care of that for you, Teresa. I'll send your info over to Judith, okay?
Okay, great. I just didn't
Thank you,
mean to get
Jacob.
into it. I hope we were
Thank
still
you.
on break.
Oh, no, yeah, you're
right.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make
You
sure
guys are
that
good.
I'll
Thank
make
you.
sure you get contacted by somebody from your Y.
Thank you.
Jacob, this is Tim. Can I use a few minutes here to ask you a question? Instead, I've already sent you. Oh, are you on? Can you hear me, Jacob?
Yeah.
I noticed in one of the last reports of As and Drops of Chapter 2 that member Sally Farrar had passed away, and I couldn't find any obituary about her or anything like that. Can you help me find a date she died? She was a former colleague at the Federation, and she was instrumental after we got collective bargaining and dealing with the changes to the civil service system. And she came out of the Department of Personnel and came over to us and was instrumental, and she retired. And I just saw that she was on the list of those who passed away. So I'll touch base with Kurt Spiegel and at the Federation, but she goes to my parish, and I just didn't know anything about it.
So what was her full name again?
Sally's her first name. Her last name is Farrar. And if you want me to email you her membership number, I can. I got that off the April list, I think.
Yeah,
I think Derek's got something.
I have a date on my DRS
Okay.
notification of 5/19.
5/19. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that the heading says date of death, whether that's the actual date or the date they were notified, but that's how they classify it, as date of death. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I believe they get a that they ask for a copy of a death certificate, so that should be the actual date.
Okay, yeah. I never knew that because I get calls, as someone mentioned earlier, from members who the family just say, please, and it always sincere about, we don't want to bother you, but we really need to have, the name taken off the rolls. My parent or my sister, whatever, has passed away. And so I never know how, and then I pass it on to the office, but I never know if there's another way that you get that. So,
yeah, with, I know it's a morbid subject, but with DRS, they only notify us of members that have a deduction.
Right.
So they don't notify us of anybody else. So any of our cash members or whatnot, we learn either through family or through the chapters. The chapters that do good at letting us know. Colleen's been outstanding over the years in her membership role of kind of watching all that information for the chapters that she works with.
So when I die, we will hope that somebody will let you know, because I'm, as an AFSCME pension plan member, you'll never know. So
yeah,
that's right. So chapter 2 members, take note.
Yeah,
well, I'd be missed or not. Yeah.
We've been toying with the idea of a constitutional amendment for a long time, that you have to give at least 4 weeks notice
before you die.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
But if you take water always from Judith, you're going to live a long, long life.
I want you guys to know I'm well past my use by date, so it could just be any day, but I'm kind of hoping for 100. So.
Square dancing, also you live a long life. We have a lady that is 100 and she's still dancing. So.
Yeah, that's go to line dancing every Wednesday night.
Do we still give free membership for people over 100?
Absolutely.
Say, this is Colleen. In July, our oldest centennial member turns 107.
Wow.
Yeah, I know there was I don't know if it was in chapter 3, maybe it was chapter 28, I can't remember, but there was a member who was like 106 last September, and they threw the opening pitch at a Mariners game. So that was pretty interesting.
This is Annette. I hear people referring to the leadership handbook, and I have one from last year that I saved on my computer. Is there a 2023 edition?
We can send you a digital version. We only mailed out copies of those to the elected positions.
I thought that might be the case.
Yeah.
Could you please? I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely, Annette.
Thank you very much.
And if you're interested in being on that list, anyone else, just send us an email and we'll get that sent out to you as well.
Okay. This is Diana, and I'm interested as well.
Okay, Diana.
Diana Finch.
Okay, and I show 1:59 going on 2 o'clock. So we are going to prepare to send you off to our breakouts. We'll show you what that looks like. We got 3 rooms. Room A is for presidents, vice presidents. Room B is for treasurers. Room C is for secretaries. For those that are attending that are in non-elected positions, executive board, trustees, executive board members, we kind of lumped you in with the presidents, vice presidents, trustees, and chapter 2 has a finance committee, and I had a few people from there that indicated as such. Those will be sent to the treasurer's room. If you end up in a room and you're interested in another, there's an option to leave that room, a button, leave that, come back to the main room. I'll be waiting in the main room, and then we can get you reassigned without a problem. Emmett's been working hard at getting room assignments made. And so if you don't get switched right away, there may be a few of you that we actually have to determine which room to send you to. So be patient with us. And I show 2:01. So if Emmett wants to push his magic button and start sending people off to their rooms, we'll see you in a little bit. Have a good meeting.
So I've opened the rooms. I don't know if people are being
Yeah.
automatically
Yeah,
transferred
I'm
or
watching them
not.
all disappear. The only one I don't have assigned is who has the screen name KFKAWI?
You got to unmute yourself there. We can't hear you.
There you are.
Ken.
Oh, Ken.
Yeah.
Want to go to treasures?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get you assigned to that. All right. Let's see. Okay, Christine, we need to get you sent off here. No, I can't do it. Do you have a breakouts room on the bottom of your icon list? Whoop, there she goes. Michael, Christian, are you guys still with us, or? Hi, Alma Jean. We sent everybody off to breakouts. Do you have a breakout room icon at the bottom of your screen? Hi, Dwayne.
Hi.
Is there another room you want to be in?
I was trying to I had to do a TVW board meeting real quick,
okay.
And so I'm now joining back. I wanted to be part of the president's, vice presidents, and I was hoping I made it there in time.
Yep, they just moved. I'll send you off right now.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, it looks like just about everybody's back. I hope your breakouts were productive, informative, and helpful. Run down a couple things here before I have Claire give some closing remarks. Reminder that Friday, the 30th, beginning at 10 a.m. is our second part of this training for the AFSCME Financial Standards Code. I sent out an email. You do need to register with AFSCME Zoom to get the meeting link. I will send out a reminder email to everyone after the meeting today. If you've already registered through that link, you don't need to do it again. But it'll be a reminder for those that haven't. That training is good for anybody in the chapter, not just treasurers, but anybody in the chapter that deals with finances. So president, vice president, treasurer, any trustees, anybody that's looking at moving into one of those positions down the road. This is outstanding training on how to handle finances within your chapter. I want to take a minute to thank you all today for taking the time out of your day to join us for this and participate. We thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you to our professional team here in the office for all the work they did putting this together. I am going to drop a link in the chat. This is to a survey for today's meeting. And if you have a moment to fill this out, we'd appreciate it. And with that, I am going to hand over the mic to Claire for closing remarks.
Thanks, Derek. A lot of thank yous are due to Derek and all of the professional team. Everybody contributed to this training and presentation, and you had great help from Maurice and Nancy as well. So thank you all for your parts in the presentation. Thanks to all of you attendees for being here, and I hope you will disseminate some of this information back home at your chapters as well. I look forward to seeing many of you on Friday at the financial training, AFSCME financial training as well. So thanks for your participation today. We learned a lot. We even had some fun, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. And like I said, I dropped a link in the chat. If you guys would be so kind as to fill out the survey, it should take only a minute. Let us know your thoughts, good or bad. And thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, everybody. You're all amazing.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See ya. Adios.
I open the link. Will it stay open after I close Zoom?
Yeah, it'll be in a separate browser window. So yes.
All right. That's all I needed to know.
All right.
What do I do?
Need some help, Don?
I don't know where I'm at.
Wenatchee.
Yeah. How do I get to this?
You need help with that link or
No,
just leaving the meeting?
I don't know what I'm doing here. It's not damn Apple thing.
There should be a button on there that says somewhere end or leave meeting.
Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. Here.
Derek, this is Katrina. I'm not having any luck with getting to that place that you posted, either by clicking on it in chat or by typing it into a line. It says that it's not found. Do you have a suggestion of what I should do?
Yeah, let me, how about I email it to you?
Oh, okay.
That should work. There you
I'll
go.
give it a
Just
try.
sent it. Good to see you today, George. No, you're still muted. There you go.
Pleasure.
Always good to see you.
I try to learn.
There you go.
I haven't been around very long.
No. Not like some of us old timers.
And I'm very young.
Derek,
Yes.
FYI, my raised hand and lower hand
Uh-huh.
was not under participations.
Okay.
Took me a while, but I found it under reactions.
Reactions. Okay. What kind of device are you on, Carol?
Oh, it's a HP laptop.
Okay. All right.
I think most are under reaction. They moved it at some point.
Yeah, I think they did. I was using,
Mine is under reactions.
okay. I was using talking points from Zoom. So apparently they have updated it or something. So we'll note that for future meetings.
Yeah, I'm not really up on on computers, so it took me a while to find it. So, but it was a good session.
Good.
Good.
Happy to hear that.
Yeah.
How many participants did you have, Derek?
I saw 75, I think.
Oh.
And you know, we had 6 staff and I had 77 registered. So pretty much, I mean, we had a handful that said they weren't going to be able to make it. So sounds like most that registered did attend. So I think it was
Pretty good.
outstanding. Yeah.
Very
Derek,
good.
I won't be there Friday. For training. I have
Okay.
another meeting.
That's not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay.
So
Well,
Carol, I
thanks
heard you
again.
say you're getting 25 people out. How
Well,
many
that
do
was-
you want?
Well, we had 25 the month before. We had over 30.
That's
So,
good.
yeah.
How many
and
members?
We
How
were
many
only
members?
having, we were only having like 12 before we moved all the time, and we've
How
just
many
picked them up.
members? How many members in your chapter?
800 and some.
That's what we're talking about. You're working awful hard. And you're
Yeah.
looking for, and it's hard work. You know, what we're doing takes a long time.
Yeah.
Changing
It
the
does.
culture.
We're trying to get Colville chapter in Ritzville back open. But being so spread out, it's hard, especially in the winter, for people to travel to get there. And like
Yeah.
Colville, out of their chapter, they only have one that has a computer that can connect to internet. So I would send information to her. She would print it out and hand deliver it to all of her members up there. It's
Well,
just,
I personally liked working in small groups.
mm-hmm.
And like we just did, you work in small groups and then you bring us back to the whole.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't have to do this every month.
Right. Right.
It's fewer meetings, but participation.
Yeah.
It's there to bring us out.
Well, it's really hard. It's really hard, Ritzville, because they're farmers. They harvest a lot and work in the field. Besides, being retired,
Right.
like the one lady, she had to take care of her mother down in Colfax all the time, and that's a good, distance away too. And I don't know, and so
at this point
we're
in
gonna
time,
try
this is what we're supposed to be doing. This
Yeah.
is what it is to be a senior. You
Yeah.
see, and what we are still trying to do is what we used to do 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And we're running into each other.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
what we got to solve.
Yep.
We can make it work. We just got to figure it out.
And we're all getting old, and the health is not good. And we have one that his partner's in the hospital, in a nursing home, and he has to go in and feed her every day, and his health isn't too good, but he still comes to the meetings. But it's just, I don't know. And then of course our president,
When I look at Plan 3 employees, mainly nurses at the university, state employees, 18 years old, coming out of the School of Nursing, they want to hit it and go. They don't want to sit. They don't want to spend time. Time is not anything they want to give you. They're busy. So my presentations, I had to put it all on tapes. Things I used to make presentations, I had to make it happen now so they could keep moving. That was 30 years ago. I can't imagine what it's like now. Well, I had seen it.
well, you know what I found? What I found is we do square dancing. So one guy, a new student came, and I found out he retired from the state. So I asked him, I says, well, have you heard about RPEC? And he says, no. And so I told him, and I had another one also that retired from the state and city. He was double retirement, and he didn't hear about it either. So I brought brochures in and I sat him down. Well, one went and joined, but the other one, his first meeting's coming up in August, because we don't meet in July. So, but I just ask people where they, work or are working. And if they say they're retired, I say, where do you retire from? And then and most of them that you talk to don't know about it, or they're too busy to do it. And I said,
and that'll keep on going. It's perpetual. It never stops.
Yep.
The job is never over.
And I told him, I says, I've got something going every day you know, I got meetings to attend, or we square dance 4 times a week. I says, you can't, you know, you can work it in.
Yeah.
It's once
Well,
a month.
thank you. We'll keep working.
Yeah.
I'll
Take
call you
care.
back. Just finishing up now. Okay. It was
Take
good.
care.
All
Bye-bye.
good. And a hardworking staff, I'm really impressed. And in my 14 years with you, this is the best one we've had. Sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Gotta go.
Thanks,
Bye.
everybody.
All right.